I'm assuming that no one is going to enter in from there anymore because whoever was here have shifted to the other halls. So, before I begin again, our humble speaker approached me and did ask, that, you know what, don't start without having a proper vibe. So please save my name here. I need proper enthusiasm from all of you. I've made sure that the speaker is going to keep the sessions interactive, and we're also running a little bit out of time. So without any further ado, let me give a quick introduction on what you're going to hear about. So if you didn't check out your agenda already, it is a pretty interesting one. But I would like to start on a short note. Any aeronautical enthusiast here who was very enthusiastic about Artemis 2? Right? Nobody else? Artemis 2? Yeah? Okay. Now, another keynote into that. Did you all hear about the Outlook outage in Artemis 2, right? Yeah. I mean, imagine going to space and then not being able to read your mails, right? What a common human problem, right? But the astronauts faced it. That's one of the reasons why you should not choose Microsoft. Windows is a nice software. But what comes with it, like MS365 is like an optional package. It's like, it's like that, right? So, Ishan here, the speaker's name, I'd like to highlight again. Ishan, he's a DevRel at OnlyOffice. You might have heard about LibreOffice. They're competing against each other, right? Am I right? Yeah? All right. So, he's a DevRel at OnlyOffice, and he's a seasoned speaker. Why? Because he's an international seasoned speaker. He's been giving talks in Australia, Japan, Asian. All the Asian countries, hopefully. You'll cover it in no time, right? So, please join your hands together to welcome Mr. Ishan, who is going to talk about why you shouldn't choose MS365 and there are better open source softwares out there from the FOSS enthusiast himself. Please, a big round of applause.
I'll take the mic. You have a lapel? No, you don't.
We don't.
Okay, perfect. No? Okay. These are the only two mics. Perfect. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Amazing. I'm sorry. What's his name? So where's the HDMI? Oh, I got it. Okay. Since today we have a Apple connector, I think, yeah, it's not going to be a problem. Okay. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Not good? Did you not have breakfast today? Okay, perfect. So my name is Ishan, and I'm going to talk about why you should cancel your MS365 subscription and move to open source. Okay, but Hari was doing the introductory talk, and he asked how many people know FOSS. And I was like, oh no, so these many people are hearing FOSS for the first time. Okay, so I'd like to do it again. How many people know what FOSS is? Fully open source software or open source software? Like, just raise your hands high up that you know open source exists. Okay, perfect. Amazing. And I would also like to know how many of you are students or getting into, final year or just getting into tech, getting started. Perfect. And how many actual, okay, perfect. And how many working professionals here? Any working? Oh, amazing. Perfect. Of everyone, and that's great. So yeah, as I said, my name is Ishan, and I'll tell you why you should cancel your MS365 subscription and move to FOSS. But before I start the presentation and go through my slides, I'd like to tell you about two terms, okay? So you might have heard of it, or you might have not. Completely fine, I'll tell you what it is. So digital sovereignty and digital autonomy. How many people have heard about these terms? Digital sovereignty and autonomy, okay, perfect. So I'll just briefly in a nutshell tell you what they mean, and then I'll obviously mature that definition in my slides later on, right? So digital sovereignty is basically full control over your own data. That's all you need to know for now, and I'll make it more clear as we go. And digital autonomy is basically not, you are in control of the decisions that you take with regards to your tech and whatever infrastructure you have. That's digital autonomy, okay? So just to give you like a quick example, let's say you are using MS365 and tomorrow MS365 or Microsoft says, key the color for the UI for PowerPoint, okay, it's gonna be blue, and for Word it's gonna be orange. Now that's a decision that I think 90% of us would not be happy about, but you still would have to accept it because it's the company's decision, and you can't really do anything, right? Because you are the end user and you don't get to make these choices as such. So that's not having digital autonomy. So you don't make the decisions at the end and you're using someone else's software. And digital sovereignty is basically, let's say tomorrow there's an allegation that Microsoft doesn't only save your files, they sell your data as well. Now there's no way to verify it, okay? Because they don't open source their code. So open source, you know, right? Open source is basically the code is available on the internet, everyone can use it, right? So let's say tomorrow there's an allegation that they do such mischievous behavior and they steal your data and sell it for money, but you can't verify it because the code is not open source, so you don't know what goes on into the code. So you don't exactly know what you're using. So digital sovereignty is basically you using what you know and what is like, open, and you have full control over it, right? So for tomorrow, let's say if you actually find that code where it was like sending an API, pushing some data to some company, you can just remove it from that code. So that's digital sovereignty and digital autonomy. And open source is closely related to digital sovereignty and autonomy because, see, the scenario that I told you right now, it is not possible without open source, right? Because a code is open source, then you get digital sovereignty, and then when you actually practice digital sovereignty for a long time, that is when you actually become autonomous and are not dependent on these hyperscalers for such decisions that might affect your current work, right? Okay, but maybe a lot of talk and I bored you guys. Digital sovereignty, digital autonomy, two words that I need you to know so that it will be useful later on. Great. Amazing. New speaker presenter for the day, that's me. I am an evangelist at OnlyOffice. Call me a DevRel, call me a community engineer. So yeah, that's what I do. And obviously I work at OnlyOffice. So whatever I'm going to tell you, maybe take it with a pinch of salt, but I'm sure you'll be able to verify everything once you check our GitHub out and everything, right? So, and apart from my work at OnlyOffice, I'm also heavily involved in cloud native communities. So I'm a maintainer for a couple of CNCF projects. And yeah, I just keep doing some fun stuff, right? I'm a AWS community builder as well. I'm a community ambassador for a program called TCC, and yeah, just some scholarships and some cool stuff to put on the presentation. But apart from all of this, like I love food and traveling. So if you want to talk about some good food in Chennai, I'm all up for that because I had like an amazing food tour yesterday in Chennai. Great. And open source, right? For those who know open source and for those who maybe know a little and for those who don't know at all, open source is free software, as Hari told us quite a minutes ago. Open source is winning, right? I mean, it's everywhere. So if you are into cloud, people who are into, anyone into cloud? Cloud, DevSecOps, DevOps, platform engineering, SRE? Okay. So perfect. So it's winning there, right? And almost all the infra and machines literally run on the roots of open source, right? Kubernetes, CNCF projects like Helm, or even if you consider something as primitive as Git, right? A version control system, even that is open source. And if you open some website, let's say github.com or even FOSS, Chennai's website, I think it's based on React, stuff like React, Python, PHP, all open source, some really cool programming languages that open source has given us. And it would really have not been possible without contributions of such enthusiastic fellow open source people. So you, me, and everyone else in this conference, I really want to just applaud ourselves because it really wouldn't have been possible because of such cool people who contribute to open source on a daily basis. So yeah, open source is really a thing, almost everything, 70–80% of workloads across tech run on open source. But there's always a but, right? If you closely look on the infra level, on the machine level, it's all right, everything is running on open source. But what are the tools that we are using on a day-to-day basis, daily on the desk tools? So for example, if you want to just create, have some official meeting with someone, what are you using? You're not using any open source solution. You're using Google Meet, or you're using Zoom, or you're using Teams, right? If you want to share a file, maybe you're using Drive, right? You're not using maybe something like Nextcloud. Has anyone heard about Nextcloud? Oh, okay, perfect. Amazing, amazing, great. We have some great audience in there. Perfect. So that's the problem, right? So at the infra level, at the all the internal machines are running open source, but when you talk about your desk, things like even collaboration. Have you Mastodon? Okay, okay, yeah. So, and Slack, I think everyone must have heard. So Slack is a tool for chatting and collaboration, right? But that's the issue. So for chatting, for things like file sharing, meets, for documents, there's not much open source that's going around, right? It's kind of lagging behind. But I think the most important one of these four categories, I mean, obviously, going through all the four categories will require a day. So I think the most important one that I'm going to cover today is documents. Because here's where things get tricky, okay? So for example, let's say you manage to create something which is open source for chatting. Once you do it, and once you're successful at it, you are done. There's nothing else. But when it comes to documents, heard of formats? .docs, docx, pptx, right? So even if you, let's say, create something that's open source, that edits documents, the next problem that you're going to face is formats. So 2000s, early 2000s was the first time when there was something called as open source document editing tool called OpenOffice that existed. Then the Document Foundation was formed, and then LibreOffice was formed. How many of you know LibreOffice? Oh, nice, perfect. So that's when LibreOffice was formed. Right, and they still use a format, something called as ODF, Open Document Format. So things like ODT, ODS, right? Am I right? Have you used LibreOffice, or you use LibreOffice, right? So ODT, ODS, right? Okay, yeah. So that is the format that they use. So again, that just means that if your friend is editing something on his Microsoft PC and he's sending it to you, the chances are very low that it'll open up the same way as it opened up on their laptop. So that's the problem you have to face. That is why dealing documents and building something in open source for documents is a big challenge. Okay, and my net has, there's some problem with the net, but I don't need it right now. I'll need it for the demo, so yeah. Okay, so, okay. And what makes documents important is that a lot of important data that everyone has, half-made ideas, let's say your salary slips, your academic records, even some critical container logs, everything I think we eventually put in a document. And that's why documents are really important when it comes to open source. And it's really, even if, let's say you have something like a SaaS product, if you're using Google Docs, or if you're using some MS365 SaaS product, which basically on the browser, and you are like editing there, and you'll be like, okay, why do I require something that's open source? I'm getting already something which is already free. But you don't know what happens in that SaaS product, right? So you save the document, you don't know what's going on, because you never get access to the code that the SaaS platform was built on. So maybe you have a use case where you'll be like, okay, I really have something sensitive, and I'm not comfortable sharing it on a SaaS platform, right? And when you look for options for desktop applications, especially if you're a Linux users, any Linux users, right? So in Linux, I don't think MS exists, right? So you have to either go for Libre or OpenOffice or Collabora, if you might have heard. So it really makes the whole case complicated, and it's a mess when you try to find something which is open source, try to find something which actually works and has all the features and doesn't lose the compatibility when it comes to shifting files from 2 OSS or more. And it's been very difficult to create something which is open source and document editing because of a lot of things. So if for people who use Liber, the first problem I told you, right? So someone editing something in Microsoft, I don't think it opens up right in your PC. The second problem is that by the time Liber actually was pretty good at opening MS documents, there was a new problem, right? Everyone started collaborating in real time. So you could like actually use the SaaS platform, and everyone was collaborating on the same document in real time, and that's something Liber still doesn't solve, right? In today's date. And again, in right now, especially in the age of AI, there are virtually no options when it comes to using AI, right, in your document editor. So that's a problem as well. And obviously the UX have, how many people hate the user experience for Liber? Yeah, it's pretty basic. That's the complaint I always get. And for this talk specifically, I've installed Liber, but I've not opened it yet. We'll all look at it when the demo starts. But you know, a lot of problems, right? And yeah, maybe it's connected. Okay, perfect. Yeah, if it's connected, I'll get maybe later during the demo. Yeah. Okay. And so, what's the result? We ended up paying millions, thousands, lakhs of rupees to hyperscalers like Microsoft and even G Suite if you are using it in a corporate environment, just to edit mere words, numbers, images, and before you say that, okay, it comes bundled with every single Microsoft laptop that you purchase today, that's not really true. They extract the price out of you one way or the other, so it's obviously included in the whole laptop price that you have to pay. And you know, I think I have also heard that it expires after 1 year, and then you eventually have to buy their originally priced plan, which is not really convenient, especially for students, you know, looking for something to literally. You just have to write a report, man. Why do you literally need to pay 10,000 rupees? Like I know people who write one document a month and still pay 10,000 just because they can, right? So this is the situation that we are today. But that's why we built something really cool, and we saved you from all the expenses that would have incurred if you spent whatever on Microsoft or G Suite. It's called OnlyOffice. I'll get right into it. And as I said, I work there. Take whatever I'm saying with a lot of pinches of salt, but you'll be able to verify it once you kind of the doc end. I'll give you some QRs, and then yeah, you can pretty much explore and let me know how it works, right? So we built something called as OnlyOffice, and it's not only a document editor, it's open source, of course. It's available on GitHub. I'll be giving you the QR shortly. But it's also a developer playground. It's also a collaboration platform. And developer playground might seem interesting for those into tech and, you know, core developing engineering backgrounds. I'll come to that. But you know, we started out by building something called OnlyOffice Docs. Now these are open source document editors. It is a desktop application, so on your multiple flavors on Linux, mobile applications, iOS, Android. What they do is basically edit those 4 documents that you see. So initially we started out by making editors for 3 formats, right? Text and numbers and presentations. Then right now we have a PDF editor, we have a Visio file editor, and you know, a lot more. So that's OnlyOffice Docs. That's like an application that sits on, you know, on the local that you can install and use. That's what we built, and then after this we also made something called as OnlyOffice Docspace. This is a SaaS product where you can just go on. You just need a browser, and you can sign up, and you can open any documents you want. You can share files with people. You can collaborate in real time. You can share. You can create rooms and only allow certain people to kind of have access to your documents. That's OnlyOffice Docspace. Now, OnlyOffice Docspace also connects to the application that I mentioned earlier. That's OnlyOffice Docs. We'll see everything in the demo. The most interesting part, right? OnlyOffice is not only an open source office suite or open source editor. It's more of a developer playground. So I think it's by far the only document editor in open source that allows you to extend the functionality of OnlyOffice. So let's say, for example, Just to give you a brief use case, you can use our SDK to integrate OnlyOffice in your web application. So you can literally have a window in your web application where you can open doc space and kind of use it. How cool is that? And if that's not cool enough for you, you can use our API to just control everything that happens in that window on your website. So basically, you can automatically create files. You can just show up a file whenever you want. You can have it signed by the user that's using your website and close it again. Everything through the API. So that's something cool that you can do. So that's why the SDK and the APIs exist. Second thing, macros. How many people have used macros on MS or like Libre? Okay. Have you heard of VBA? That's the language that Microsoft uses, right, for macros. Although it's very easy, the features and the functionality is limited. In OnlyOffice, what we have done is we do JavaScript macros. So our macros are based out of JavaScript. So that just means that it's a little complicated for people who are just looking to edit a document, but it's also very helpful to people who want to do some complicated API calls, requests. You can literally have a Node.js server running in your macro, and you can the possibilities are endless, right? You can pull from multiple different APIs and all of that. And last but not the least, you can also create your own plugins. So we at OnlyOffice have a lot of plugins. AI is a plugin. We have a Telegram plugin that you can open right in OnlyOffice. We have a lot of we have the Zotero plugin. So you can basically create your own plugins. All the plugins are available on GitHub. You just need to know some basic JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. So so for example, if you're using Mastodon, we talked about Mastodon. So if you want a Mastodon window in your OnlyOffice, you can literally create that plugin on your own. And now with all the agents coming in, you can maybe prompt Claude, and I'm sure Claude would 90% help you to create your own plugin, no matter whatever it is, right? So that's why I call it a developer playground. But apart from that, we also have a lot of AI going on, something that Libre doesn't have, and I'm pretty damn sure Microsoft will not give it to you for free. We have it's basically a plug and play concept. We do the AI and we do all the AI features, but you choose which AI you bring. So that's where we free you from vendor locking. You can literally have multiple models. So for summarization, you can have one model, and for translation, you can have the other. These are the models that we kind of support right now. And what's even cooler, everything is cool, obviously, but what's even cooler is that we also have an MCP server. So if you connect MCP with Claude, you can literally type it in your agent that, okay, create me a document or something like that, and I want these images in the document, and it'll automatically do it for you, provided that you have connected your docspace instance with the AI that you want, maybe Claude, and the AI agent which I'd be showing in the demo. And now let's talk about digital sovereignty and digital autonomy. I told you all of this about OnlyOffice. What makes OnlyOffice different is the ability of OnlyOffice to be self-hosted. Now, self-hosted means that you have a server, your own server, and you can just put OnlyOffice on there. So, and DocSpace as well, and all your team members can basically collaborate inside that you're in your own server. So basically, nothing goes out, nothing comes in. You can run it on your own server. We have all those security
their content, how they publish their contents and all of this. So yeah, let's put your hands together for the founder of Temple Monkeys and also the podcaster of Meta Monkeys.
Hello, mic check. இதை எடுத்து நான் ரைட் எடுத்து நான் அடுத்த ரொம்ப நாளாச்சு இந்த மாதிரிலாம் ஸ்லைடு போட்டு பேசணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு வாழ்க்கையில் ஐஐடியில் நம்மளை கூப்பிட்ருக்காங்கன்னா பெரிய விஷயம். ஸோ இங்கே சேரணும்னு வீட்டில் ஆசை, சரியாக படிக்கல. கேட்குதா? தமிழில் பேசலாம்ல, எப்படியும் 5 பேர் தான் இங்கிலீஷ் தெரிஞ்சுங்க, அவங்க நீங்களே அப்படியே இது டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணிக்கிங்க. ஸோ காமெடிலாம் வருது. ஃபாஸ்ட் ஈவெண்ட்டில் சிரிக்கிறது பெரிய விஷயம் தான், பட் ஓகே. அப்போ 7 வருஷம் வந்துக்கிட்டு இருப்பேன். ஸோ இந்த இருக்கிற ஹால்லே டெக் எதுவுமே தெரியாத ஒரே ஆள் நான் தான். எனக்கு கோடிங் தெரியாது, கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் கிடையாது, நான் பயாலஜி தான் டாக்டர்னு ஆசைப்பட்டு அது ஆகல, சினிமாவுக்கு வந்துட்டேன். சினிமாவில் கதை எழுதி என்னோட சேனல்லாம் டிம்பிள் மிங்கி பார்த்துருவீங்க, கெட்ட வார்த்தைலாம் பயங்கரமாக பேசி ஒரு மாதிரி ஒஸ்ட்டு. அதாவது எனக்கும் இந்த பேருக்கும் சம்மந்தமே இல்லை. மெட்டாலாம் பார்த்து அவன் பார்த்தானா கடுப்பாயிரும், மார்க் ஜுக்கர்பர்க்லாம் ஏலியனு. அதனால் அது ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை. ஸோ என் ஜேர்னி கொஞ்சம் ஜாலி தான். என்ன சொல்கிறது, நாங்கள் சேனல்லாம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி போயிட்டு இருந்துச்சு. அந்த 10 வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சு ஆரம்பிச்சு. நான் தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஆரம்பித்தோம், வந்துருச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் நெக்ஸ்ட் என்னென்ன பண்ணலான்னு சொல்லி யோசிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கும்போது டெக்குக்கு ஒன்று பண்ணலான்னு சொல்லி ஜெய் ஒன்று அது சேனலோட இவர் சொல்லியிருந்தார், கேமராமேன் சொல்லியிருந்தார். அப்போ எனக்கு டெக்கை பற்றி எந்த ஐடியாவுமே இல்லை, இப்போ இருக்கிற எந்த வார்த்தையுமே எனக்கு தெரியாது. எனக்கு அந்த ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸை பற்றி நானாக கற்றுக்க ஆரம்பித்தேன். அதுக்கு காரணம் இவர் ஆரன் ஷார்ட்ஸ். யாருக்கெல்லாம் தெரியும் ஆரன் ஷார்ட்ஸ்? பாருங்கள் 3 பேர் தான் கேட்டுக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ எனக்கு தெரியுது பாருங்கள், ஆரன் ஷார்ட்ஸ் ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு ஆள். அவர் பெரிய விஷயம் பண்ணி அவர் ஒன்றிலாம ஆகிட்டாங்க அமெரிக்கன் கவர்மெண்ட். அவரோட டாக்குமெண்ட்ரி பார்க்கும்போது கல்லுது தனியாக ஊற்றுது. டெக்கு வேர்ல்டில் இப்படி ஒருத்தருக்கான, எல்லாருக்கும் எல்லாமே போய் சேரணும்னு ஆசைப்படுற ஒருத்தருக்கானா அப்படின்னு கதையிலேருந்து படிக்கும் போது அந்த வார்த்தைகள்லாம் தெரிய ஆரம்பிச்சு. நாங்கள் அது லேப்டாப் ஒன்று வாங்கினோம். லேப்டாப் வாங்கிட்டு வரும்போது 8000 ரூபா கொடுத்தா இதை இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணலாம். நாங்கள் விண்டோஸு நாங்கள் ஏங்க அவ்வளோ காசெல்லாம் இல்லைங்க. அப்போ சரி இது உபுண்டு போட்டுக்கிறோங்க, அது ஃப்ரீ தான் அப்படின்னாங்க. ஃப்ரீலாம் உண்டான லேப்டாப்பில் அப்படின்னு கேட்டேன். அப்போ தான் அந்த பேரே தெரியும். அப்புறம் போட்டு பார்த்தா அதில் எல்லாமே இருக்குது, விண்டோஸ் என்னென்ன வருமோ உபுண்டில் இருக்குது. ஏன்னா இவ்வளோ இருக்குது, ஆனால் ஏன் ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்குன்னு எனக்கு புரியல. அப்போ தான் அந்த வேர்ல்டு முறை புரிஞ்சுது. ஸோ அதை தூக்கி நான் அந்த வீடியோவை போட்டுடலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டுன்னு நான் ஆரம்பிச்சது தான் இதுதான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு. அதாவது நான் என் லேப்டாப்லேயே உபுண்டு போட்டேன்னு. அது வரைக்கும் எனக்கு என்னென்ன பேர் என்னென்ன வரும் எதுவும் தெரியாது. கீழே கமெண்ட்லாம் நீங்கள் ஃபாஸ்ட் பேசுறீங்க, ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் பேசுறீங்க, நான் அதெல்லாம் பேசுகிறா, டிஸ்கவுண்ட்டில் வந்துச்சு லேப்டாப் மட்டும் தான் பேசினேன்னு சொல்லும்போது தான் எனக்கு இந்த அப்போ சரிங்க இந்த விஷயம் எல்லாம் தெரிய ஆரம்பிச்சது. ஸோ இது சும்மா ஓஆர்வி மெட்டா மங்கி சப்சிடைஸ் டெம்பிள் மங்கி ப்ராமினன்ட் யூடியூப் சேனல் அதெல்லாம் இல்லை, வியூஸ்லாம் கம்மியாக தான் வருது. ஸோ ரீஜனல் ஸ்பேஸ் மெட்டா மங்கி ஸ்கோப் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் கரண்ட் இதெல்லாம் நம்ம ரகுவன் போட்ட டெக்ஸ்ட் அதெல்லாம் கண்டுக்காதீங்க. ஸோ என்ன வாய்ஸஸில் என்ன பண்ணுறோம், கிரியேட்டிங் கண்டென்ட், பேவிங் ஓன் வே ப்ரெஸ் டெக்னாலஜி, தமிழ் இன்டர்நெட் கம்யூனிட்டி. அவங்க மோசமான எங்கள் தமிழ் இன்டர்நெட் கம்யூனிட்டி அவங்க இருக்கானுங்களே, திட்டுறதுக்குனா லைனாக வந்துடுவானுங்க. ஸோ எனக்கு நல்லா இருந்துச்சு பேச, இந்த மேட்டரை பேசுவோன்னு சொல்லி எனக்கு சில விஷயம் தான் தெரியும். அதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்கு அந்த 10,000 ரூபாய்க்கு எந்த ஃபோன் வாங்கலாம், எந்த கம்ப்யூட்டர் வாங்கலாம், எதுவுமே இப்போ கூட என் ஃபோன் ஏன் வேலை செய்யுது, என்ன மாடல் வாங்கணும் ஒன்றுமே தெரியாது. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதெல்லாம் அது ஃபாஸ்ட்டில் இருக்கிற ஸ்டோரிஸ் தான் எனக்கு தெரியும். நம்ம ரிச்சர்ட் ஸ்டால்மனோட கதை ரொம்ப பிடிச்சி போச்சு. அவர் எல்லாருக்கும் எல்லாம் போய் சேரணும், சாஃப்ட்வேர்லாம் ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்கணும், எல்லா மக்களுக்கும் போய் சேரணும். ஸோ நம்ம ஊரில் கேரளாவில் லேப்டாப்ஸ்லாம் ஃப்ரீயாக தரும்போது அது உள்ள லினக்ஸ் இருந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்லும் போது தான் என்ன நம்ம ஊருக்குலாம் வந்திருக்காரு இந்த ஆளுன்னு சொல்லும் போது தான் இது எவ்வளோ பெரிய விஷயமா இருக்குன்னு தெரியும் போது அப்புறம் யாருக்கும் தெரிலங்கிறது தெரிஞ்சது. ஸோ அதை பற்றி நம்ம தமிழ் இன்டர்நெட்டில் பேசுவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி தான் மெட்டாமிக்கு ஆரம்பிச்சதே. ஸோ நாங்கள் ஜாலியாக வீடியோ போடும்போது இதுதான் வரும். எதை பற்றி வருது, ஆமாம் ப்ரௌசரு, அனானிமிட்டி, உபுண்டு பாபு, இன்டர்நெட் ஆர்கைவ்லாம் ரொம்ப பிடிச்ச ஒரு வெப்சைட் எனக்கு. ஸோ அந்த ப்ரூஸ்டர் கால் எல்லா புக்கும் எல்லாருக்கும் போய் சேரணும். என்னோட இது சினிமாக்காரனோட இது அப்படி தான் இருக்கும், நமக்குலாம் எல்லாத்துக்கும் எல்லாமே போய் சேரணும்னு நினச்சிக்கிட்டு இருப்போம்ல. அந்த மாதிரி விஷயம் டெக்கில் இருக்குன்னு தெரியும் பொழுது அந்த ஃபார் லெஃப்ட் இல்லை என்னது அந்த காப்பி லெஃப்ட்டுங்கிற வார்த்தையை அவர் ஸ்டால்மன் சொன்னார். ஸோ அதுலேருந்து அடிச்சு தான் அந்த ஜேர்னி எனக்கு ஆரம்பித்தது. அப்புறம் நான் அதுக்கான இந்த .com இந்த ஃபீடு ரீடரு அதில் மட்டும் எல்லா நியூஸும் கற்றுக்க ஆரம்பித்தோம். ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் டெவலப்மெண்ட், கன்சியூமர் ரைட்ஸ், ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் ஆப், நாலேஜ் ஷேரிங், ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி, டெக் நெரேட்டிவ் அட் ஸ்கேல். ரகு உனக்கு இருக்குடா. ஸோ இந்த கன்சியூமர் ரைட்ஸு இது மேலே அது இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் இது பண்ணுறாங்கப்பா, இதெல்லாம் கேன்சல் பண்ணுறாங்க, பார்த்து மெசேஜ் அனுப்புங்க, ஃபோட்டோலாம் பார்த்து அனுப்புங்க, இல்லைன்னா சிக்னல் பக்கம் போயிருங்க, அது கவர்மெண்ட் பார்க்குமா நம்ம பேசுகிறத. அது ஒன்று உங்களுக்கு வார்னிங் கொடுத்துக்கிறேன். ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் ஆப்ஸ். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு நான் எஃப்ரைட்டில் தான் கிடப்பேன் நேரமும். என்னன்னா ஒரு 50 MB இருக்கிற ஆப்பில் ஒரு 4 MBக்கு வந்துடும் அப்படிங்கிற விஷயம்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு ரொம்ப நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. ஸோ சேனல் அப்படியே ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி படிக்க ஒவ்வொன்றா பேச ஆரம்பித்தோம். அப்போ தான் ஹரின்னு ஒருத்தர் வந்தார், ஃபாஸ்ட் ஹரி. எங்கே இருக்கார் அவர்? அவர் தான் கோத்து விட்டார் எங்களை. ஹரி வந்து அண்ணே பேசலானேன்னு சொல்லிட்டுன்னு. ஸோ அப்போ தான் அந்த ஃபாஸ்ட் சென்னைலாம் தெரிஞ்சது. அப்போ நாங்கள் எங்களுக்கே தெரியாமல் நாங்கள் எதுவும் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். அப்போ தான் புரிஞ்சுது. எங்களுக்கு எந்த ஜேர்னியுமே ஐடியாவும் இல்லை. வியூஸ் எப்போதும் போல கம்மியாக வந்துச்சு, வேறு எதுவும் தெரியாது. இப்படி பேசி இதில் இருக்கிற யாருக்குமே டெக் எதுவுமே தெரியாது எங்களுக்கு அதோட ஸ்டோரிங்க தெரியும். ஸோ அது விண்டோஸ்னால் காசு இல்லாமல் என்ன பண்ணலாம், காசு இல்லாமல் இந்த பக்கம் என்ன பண்ணலாம், எல்லாருக்கும் எப்படி ஃப்ரீயாக கொண்டு போகிறது, அந்த கதையிலே கொஞ்சம் சேனலில் எப்படியும் பேசிக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம். அப்போ 12 வீடியோவில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அது மாதிரி தான் இருக்கும் ஃபுல்லாகவே. பெஸ்ட்டு ஃபீட் ரீடர் வரும், டெலகிராம், அதாவது டெலகிராமில் இந்த படம் பார்க்குறத மட்டும் அவ்வளோ வியூஸ் போயிருக்கும். இவங்களுக்கு வந்து பைரசியில் படம் பார்க்குற வீடியோன்னு போட்டால் குப்பு குப்புன்னு வியூஸ் அறியுது. நான் அவ்வளோ கற்றுக்கத்திருப்பேன் இன்டர்நெட் ஆர்கைவை பற்றிலாம். அவங்க சேனலில் அதை பற்றி போடலை, அது நான் 300K போயிருக்கு, பரவாயில்ல, இல்லை 26K தான் போயிருக்கு. விக்கிபீடியா, ஸ்கைஹப்பு, ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் ஆப்ஸு அந்த மாதிரி தமிழ்லாம் போட்டால் தான் ஓடும் யூடியூப்பில். அப்சிடியனுக்கு நான் தான் முதல்ல போட்டேன். அப்சிடியன் ஓனர் கூட போட்டிருக்க மாட்டேன். முதல்ல தமிழில் எடுத்து போட்டிங்கன்னா ஆரம்பத்தில் வரும். அதுக்கப்புறம் அது ஒவ்வொன்றா போக ஆரம்பிச்சிது. ஃபோனை பற்றி பேசல, கடைசிக்கு நந்தா தான் பேசுவார். இது எதுக்கு போட்டிருந்தான்னு தெரில. அப்புறம் ஃபாஸ்ட் பற்றி பேசும்போது அது ஈவெண்ட்டுக்கு நான் வந்திருந்தேன். முறை வந்து எல்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு அண்ணே நிறைய பேசுகிறீங்கண்ணே, நிறைய இதெல்லாம் சொல்லியிருந்தீங்கன்னு சொல்லும் போதெல்லாம் எனக்கு ஷாக்கு. சரி நம்ம ஏதோ ஒன்று பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம், இது நம்ம தொடர்ந்து பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி போயிட்டு இருந்துச்சு. இதில் ஒரு கதை ஒன்று சொல்லணும். அதோ இந்த கெரியர் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல, பவுர்ணா, ஐயோ அவங்க யாரும் எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஒருத்தங்க வராங்க, கெஸ்ட்டு வராங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் பண்ணுறாங்க போல வீடியோன்னு நினச்சிக்கிட்டு நானும் ஃபுல்லாக காமெடியாக கவுண்டராக அடிச்சிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். சரி ஏதோ வராங்க, ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் வராங்க, ஜாலியாக இருப்போம், தாய்லாண்டு ஜோக் அப்படி இப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் போய்ட்டு அவங்க பேச ஒன்றுமே புரியல. நான் அழகாக மேட்ச் பண்ண தெரியும் எனக்கு. சூப்பர் சொல்லி முடிச்சிட்டேன். கமெண்ட்டில் திடீர்னு பார்த்தா வியூஸ் பயங்கரமாக போகுது. பார்த்தா அவங்க பயங்கர ஃபேமஸ் போல், இதுக்கு நிறைய அது கெரியருங்கிற வார்த்தை கூட நல்லா வரும் போல். கமெண்ட்டில் திட்டுறானுங்க, யாராவது திட்டுறாங்க. என்ன தைரியம் தான் அவங்கள பார்த்து இப்படி பேசுவேன். ஏன் சேனல் என்னோட வெளியே போன்றான், நான் தாண்டா ஓனர், போக முடியாது செலவுட்டி அப்படின்ற பயங்கரமாக திட்டுறேன். பாட்டிங்க, ஆன்ட்டிங்க, டீச்சருங்க எல்லாம் உள்ளே வந்துட்டாங்க. அதாவது நம்ம சேனலை தாண்டி போக ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. அப்போ தான் தெரிஞ்சது இந்த மாதிரி இதுக்கு வந்து அவ்வளோ பெரிய ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு சொல்லி. அப்புறம் சொன்னேன், எனக்கு தெரியும், எனக்கு யாருனே தெரியாதுக்கா, நீங்கள் அக்கான்ற தெரியாது, சாரிங்க ப்ரௌனா மேடம், நீங்கள் என்கிட்ட சொல்லவே இல்லை தெரியுமா அந்த இன்ட்ரோலாம் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ அது எங்களுக்கு பெரிய ஷாக்காக இருந்துச்சு. அப்புறம் நிறைய பேர் வந்திருந்தாங்க. அவர் ராமானுஜம் வந்திருந்தார், விஷுவல் இம்பேக்ட் அவர் ஒருத்தர் வந்து பேசியிருந்தார் கேபிகே கூட. ஸோ அந்த கேபிகே இவங்களாம் வந்து எங்களோட சேனல் பார்த்துட்டு அவங்களாம் வந்து யாருக்குமே சேலரிலாம் இல்லை, அவங்களாம் வந்து நாங்கள் ஏதாவது ஒன்று மெட்டாமிக்கி அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வந்திருந்த ஒரு விஷயந்தான். லீனியேஜ் OS வந்து இவன் ரகு யூஸ் பண்ணுவான். ஸோ எங்களுக்கு வந்து டெக்கில் வந்து சாமான் வாங்குறது, அந்த பொருள் என்ன விலை கம்மியாக வாங்குறது வந்து டெக்கு, அது ஒரு டெக்கு தனியாக, அது வந்து மில்லியனில் போயிட்டுருக்கோம். எங்களுக்கு அது இல்லாமல் சாஃப்ட்வேரில் ஃபாஸ்ட்டில் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸுங்கிற கதை ரொம்ப பிடிச்சி போச்சு. ஆனால் எனக்கு என்ன, நிறைய பேருக்கு இது விஷயம் பற்றி ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் இல்லைங்கிறது ஷாக்காகவே இருக்கும். ஏன்னா எம்ஐடிக்கல் எவ்வளோ காலேஜுக்கு போயிருந்தேன், எங்களை வந்து கெஸ்ட்டாக கூட மெட்டாமிக் கெஸ்ட்டாக சொல்கிறாங்க. நான் சரி காலேஜ் போகிறோம், பயங்கரமாக பேசலாம், எல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக டெக்காலுங்களாக இருப்பாங்க, நான் என்னமோ பேராக சொல்கிறேன். அப்படி பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருக்காங்க. ஏன்னா யாருக்கும் ஒன்றும் தெரில. என்னடா நான் டெக்கே எனக்கு இவ்வளோ தெரியுதா, இல்லை எங்களுக்கு வந்து வேலைக்கு போகிறதுக்கான இது மட்டும் இது குடிப்பாங்க, இதெல்லாம் என்னன்னே தெரியாதுண்ணே. அவன் ஃபாஸ்ட்னா என்னன்னு தெரிலண்ணா, விளங்குச்சுரா தக்காளின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் சொன்னேன், இல்லைப்பா நீங்கள் தான்ப்பா அதெல்லாம் கொண்டு போகணும் எல்லாருக்கும், என்னென்னு கொஞ்சம் பாருங்கப்பா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அவங்ககிட்ட பேசுன மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் சரி நம்ம இதை வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு சொல்லணும் போல. இன்னும் நம்ம பசங்களுக்கு வந்து என்னென்னா நல்ல கம்பெனிக்கு போகணும், சம்பாதிக்கணும், அவ்வளோதான் டெக்குங்கிறதுக்கு இருக்குது. அதை தாண்டி நம்ம ஏதாவது ஒன்று மற்றவங்களுக்கு பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு மனசு வந்தால் மட்டும்தான். ஏன்னா எதுவுமே தெரியாது, நானே இவ்வளோ பேசும்போதெல்லாம் டெக்கு தெரிஞ்ச நீங்களாம் எவ்வளோ பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்கிறத கொஞ்சம் யோசிச்சிங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும். ஜோக்கா போதா சீரியஸாக போதா இல்லை டெட்டாக ஜாம்பி மாதிரி இருந்தால் எனக்கு பயமாக இருக்கு, எனக்கு பார்க்க சிரிக்கிறாங்க. நான் இந்த மஸ்டர்டான்லாம் இருக்கேன், மஸ்டர்டானில் ஒரு 4 லைக் வரும், சும்மா போட்டுட்ருக்கேன். சரி ஒரு நாள் ஃபேமஸ் ஆகும், அதாவது 4 ஃபேன்ஸ் இருக்கானுங்க, நான் எப்படின்னு இருக்கேன், இங்கே என்ன பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கேன், நீ வந்தியே நானும் பின்னாடியே வந்துடுறேன் அப்படின்னாங்க மஸ்டர்டானில். அதுக்கப்புறம் இவன் இன்னொருத்தர் இருப்பானே ப்ளூ ஸ்கையே, அதிலலாம் உட்காந்து யோசிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்திருப்பேன். இப்போது என்ன நடக்குதுன்னா, இப்போ அந்த இது டெக்கோக்ராசி அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க, இந்த முக்கியமான கம்பெனிங்க மட்டும்தான் இப்போ இந்த வேர்ல்டை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணணுங்கிற பிளான் மாதிரி 4-5 பேர் தான் இருக்கணுங்கிற மாதிரி தான் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. எல்லாம் மாறி கம்பெனிங்களை வாங்குறது போகிறது. ஏன்னா ஏஐ கடைசி ஒரு 6 மாதமாக டெக்கில் பற்றி வீடியோ போட வெறும் ஏஐங்கிற பேர் மட்டும் தான் வருது, வேறு எந்த ஒரு டாப்பிக்கும் வர மாட்டேங்குது. அவன் அந்த பென்டகன் கூடலாம் சண்டை போட்டுருக்கான் ஏஐ உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு, ஏஐயில் ட்ரோன் விட்றான். கடைசியில் டெர்மினேட்டர் தான் நினைக்கிறேன் எனக்கு கொஞ்ச நாள். எவனொருத்தன் கிளாரில் தான் அமுக்க போகிறான், வந்து நிற்க போகுது ரோபோட்டு. அப்புறம் என்ன கேட்காதீங்க, 6 நாள் நம்மளை காப்பாற்ற வர மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ யூடியூப்பில் இருந்துக்கிட்டே நான் கூகுள்னு வீடியோ போடுறேன். அவனும் மானம் கேட்டான், ஒன்றும் சொல்ல மாட்டான். அவனுக்கு தேவை காசு வந்தால் போதும், என்ன வேணா திட்டிக்க அப்படின்றவனா பயந்துக்கிட்டேன். அதெல்லாம் போடலாம், நான் ஒன்றும் சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க, நான் இங்கிலீஷில் தெரியாது அவங்களுக்கு அப்படின்னாங்க. ஸோ அந்த பப்ளிக் டொமைனுக்கான விஷயம். ஸோ என்ன தெரியுதுன்னா, இன்டர்நெட் ஆர்கைவை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா போட்டு செய்வானுங்க, அவனுங்க மேலே கேஸ் மேலே கம்பெனிங்க போட்டுக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். அது ஏன் உங்களுக்கு ஆச்சரியமாக இருக்கும், இத்தனைக்கும் காசே வராத வெப்சைட்டு. அது என்னன்னா, ஒரு விஷயத்தை இன்டர்நெட்டில் வந்து மெமரியை காலி பண்ணுறதுங்கிறது தெளிவாக இருக்கானுங்க. இது ஒரு நாள் இது நடந்துச்சு, நீ இது பண்ண அப்படிங்கிறது கை காட்டிடக்கூடாதுங்கிறதுக்காக இந்த இன்டர்நெட் ஆர்கை மேலே வந்து எந்நேரமும் கேஸ் வந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். அவன் அது பண்ணுறான் இது பண்ணுறான். ஏன்னா அந்த புருஷர் கருமல் ஆளுங்கன்னா டேஞ்சர் நாளைக்கு உலகத்துக்கு நாளைக்கு அவன் சொல்லுவான் உண்மையாக இது நடந்துச்சு நீ இந்த தப்பாக பண்ணியிருக்க அப்படிம்பானுங்க. ஸோ அதனால் இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் போய் பார்த்து இதை வந்து மற்ற ஷேர் பண்ணி, ஏன்னா இப்போது அது பப்ளிக் டொமைன் புக்குங்க, படங்க, மியூசிக்குங்க, அது நீங்கள் அது படத்தில் போடலாம், நீங்கள் கேட்கலாம், அது மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயம் இருக்குது. யாருக்கும் ஃபுல்லாக தெரியறதே இல்லை. இந்த பப்ளிக் டொமைன் டேங்கிறது January 1 போடுவாங்க .comல எந்தெந்த புக்கெலாம் இந்த வருஷம் பப்ளிக் டொமைனில் வருதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு. இந்தியாவில் வந்து ஒரு ஆத்தர் இறந்து 60 years கழிச்சு பப்ளிக் டொமைன் ஆகும். மற்ற ஊரில் 50 வருஷம் ஆகும். அமெரிக்காவில் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா டிஸ்னி ஒரு பையன் வந்து அவனோட மிக்கி மவுஸ் வந்து எங்கேயுமே வந்துடக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு 120 years வச்சுருக்கான். அவன் ஊரில் ஒரு ஆத்தர் சேர்த்து 120 years கழிச்சு தான் அது பப்ளிக் டொமைன் ஆகும். ஒரு கம்பெனி வந்து வேர்ல்டு ஃபுல்லாக அந்த ஆர்ட் ஒர்க் போகக்கூடாதுங்கிற தெளிவாக ஒரு கேஸ் போடும் போதெல்லாம் நம்ம எடுக்கலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா எனக்கு குழப்பம், அவன் ஊரில் பப்ளிக் டொமைனா இந்தியாவில் பப்ளிக் டொமைன் நமக்கு தெரியாது. நம்ம ஆத்தரை அவன் வச்சுக்கலாம், அவன் ஆத்தரை நம்ம வச்சுக்க முடியாது மாதிரின்னு. ஸோ அதுதான். வேறு என்ன பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம், என்ன சேனலில் காசு தான் வந்து தொலையாது, அது அவங்க தான் எங்களுக்கு பெரிய பிரச்சனை. ஏன்னா இந்த மாதிரி வீடியோ போடும்போதெல்லாம் பேர் கிடைக்கும், ஆனால் நீங்கள் ஜீனியஸ் தான் பாய்ங்க. 1ஆம் தேதி ஏன்னா துடு வராது. ஏன்னா ஃபாஸ்ட் வீடியோலாம் போட்டு 20,000 25,000 வரும். அதில் என்ன நம்ம ஜோக் பண்ணுறது, பரோனாவை பற்றி பேசி அசிங்கமாக திட்டினாங்க. சரி நம்ம காமெடி பண்ணக்கூடாது போல் ஃபாஸ்ட் வீடியோவில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சைலண்ட் ஆகிட்டேன். ஸோ நாங்களே ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு அக்ரிமெண்ட்டை ஒன்று போட்டுட்டு சேரை ஒன்று போட்டுட்டு என்ன தோணுதோ பேசுகிறது தான். எனக்கு அந்த எழுதிலாம் வச்சுருக்கேன் பார்க்குறேன். மஸ்டரான் இன்டர்னட்டாக இருக்கேவு. ஆமாம். நடுவில் இந்த வாட் இஸ் மணின்னு ஒரு வீடியோ ஒன்று போட்டேன். எத்தனை பேர் பார்த்துருப்பீங்கன்னு தெரில. எவ்வளோ பேர் கேட்குது, அதாவது இவ்வளோ ஃபாஸ்ட் பேசுகிறேன் காசு சம்பாதிக்கிறான் மட்டும் அது எவ்வளோ வீடியோ பார்த்துக்கிறேன். ஸோ அப்போ எனக்கு என்ன தோணும், அவனுங்களும் அந்த பசங்க நல்லா பேசினானுங்க. எனக்கு காசை பற்றி எந்த ஐடியாவும் இல்லை. எனக்கு வந்து ஃபுல்லாக ஆர்டிஸ்ட் மோடுங்கிறனால காசு வந்தால் வருது, வேலை தான் முக்கியம்னு. எனக்கு அதை பற்றி இப்போ கூட புரியாது, மண்டையிலே புரியாது. பேங்க் வந்து ஏதோ அது +1 போட்டு ஏற்றுமாமே காசெல்லாம் ஏறலன்னாங்க. எனக்கு அது புரியல. எனக்கு வந்து காசு கண்ணில் காட்டினா தான் காசு, நீ எங்கே +1 ஏற்றுறங்க எனக்கு புரியவே இல்லை. அதை வந்து நாங்கள் வீடியோவை போட்டோம், அது பயங்கரமாக போச்சு அந்த 3-4 வீடியோ போட்டு. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவனுங்களுக்கு டயர்ட் ஆகிட்டானுங்க, எனக்கு இவ்வளோ தான் டேட்டா இருக்குது அப்படின்னானுங்க. அது நடுவில் ஸ்டாப் ஆயிடுச்சு. அதை வந்து திருப்பி கண்டினியூ பண்ணணும். ஏன்னா டெக்கில் தான் காசும் வருது. இப்போ ஜிபே வருது. ஏன்னா அது ஒரு நம்ம பசங்களுக்கு என்ன ஒரு விஷயம்னா எக்ஸ்போஷர் நிறைய கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது. இப்போ இவர் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு பேசுகிறவர் வந்து கமான் சென்னை நாங்களே நம்ம பதிலே சொல்ல மாட்டோம் பார்த்துறீங்களா. கான்சர்ட்லாம் போனால் பாம்பேயில் கமான் பாம்பே அவங்க கத்துவாங்க, நம்ம ஊருக்காரங்க ரிப்ளை பண்ண மாட்டான். பாட்டை போடு அப்புறம் பேசலாம் அப்படிமானு. அது ஏன்னா நம்ம இங்கே திருப்பி ஹாய்ன்னு காட்டணும். அவர் கேட்டார்ல எனி கொஸ்டின்ஸ்லாம் கேட்க மாட்டோம். கொஸ்டின்லாம் எதுக்கு மாப்பிள்ள நம்ம கேட்டுக்கிட்டு மாப்பிள்ள நீ கேள்றா, சும்மா தப்பாக கேட்டுற போகிறோம். நாட்டில் மன கூச்சமே விட மாட்டாங்க. அந்த தைரியம் நமக்கு இன்னும் வரல. இப்போ நான் சொல்கிறேன், சொல்லுங்கள் கமான் சென்னை. அப்பா ஜெயிச்சிட்டோம். அனிருத்லாம் கத்துவாப்புல சென்னையே பாருங்க பாட்டை பாடுமாப்பிள்ள அப்புறமா அதான் வந்துட்டோம்ல அதுனா கமான கோவான்னு அப்படின்னு. அது எந்த ஈவெண்ட்டை போனாலும் அந்த விஷயத்தை கவனிப்போம், நம்ம ஜனங்க கை தூக்குதான். அதனால தான் அது ஏன் சொல்கிறேன்னா, நம்ம வந்து ஒரு விஷயத்தை வந்து கேட்டு தெரிஞ்சுக்க ரொம்ப கூச்சப்படுவோம். நம்ம ஊரில் பெரிய பிரச்சனை, தப்பாக எடுத்துப்போம் போல் அந்த ஆளுன்னு. நான் எங்கள் பையன் பேர் இருக்கான், பேர் என்னடா சாரி தப்பாக எடுத்துக்கிறா. ஹரீஷ் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு வருஷம் போன ஈவெண்ட்டை துரத்திக்கிட்டு இருந்தான் போட்டு அண்ணே சேனல் பண்ணி கட்டு பேத்திக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். இப்படி போடா செவனே நிறானே. நீங்கள் பார்த்தா என்ன முந்திட்டான் பையன். வீடியோ போடுறான், டக்குன்னு பண்ணுறான். சில பேருக்கு ஒரு வில் பவர் இருக்கும், நம்ம மேலே வந்துடும்னு சொல்லிட்டு கேள்வி கேட்டு முடிவு வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து இது எப்படி கேட்குறது, எங்கே போய் பார்க்குறது, கெரியரில் என்னென்ன இருக்குங்கிற குழப்பம் இருக்கும். ஏன்னா அந்த கெரியர் அந்த வீடியோ போடும்போது நிறைய டைம் ஆகிட்டேனடா. லைட்னிங் டாக்குன்னு என்னையா கூப்பிடுவீங்க, என்னை விட்டா நீ சாயந்தரம் வரைக்கும் ஜாலியாக போய்ட்டுருக்கலாம், பாட்காஸ்ட்லாம் போடலாம். முடிச்சிடுறேன். பேசவா இன்னும் முடிக்கவா எங்கே சொல்லுங்கள், அறி திட்டுவான். ஸோ 2 minutes. ஸோ அது பார்த்தோம். இப்போ பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். இது OnlyOffice ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும் எனக்கு. அவங்க கேட்குறதுக்கு எனக்கு புரிஞ்சுது. ஸோ இப்போ எனக்கு கடைசியாக என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, நீங்கள் யாரெல்லாம் இதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கீங்களோ நீங்கள் ஒரு சேனல் ஆரம்பிங்க, ஒரு சின்ன ஸ்பாட்டிஃபைல பாட்காஸ்ட் போடுங்க, ஒரு ரீல் போடுங்க, ஹேஷ்டேக் போடுங்க. ஏன்னா இந்த மேட்டர் எல்லோரும் பார்க்க மாட்டானுங்க, யாருக்கு புரியுதோ அவன் பார்த்துட போகிறான். ஏன்னா இப்போ அவங்கவுங்க வீட்டிலேருந்து DIY நிறைய விஷயம் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்காங்க டெக்லலாம். இது 3D பிரிண்டிங்கில் ஏதாவது ஒன்று பண்ணுறது, அது அட்யூனோ அது இருக்குல்ல, அட்யூனோ தானே அது பேர், அதில் ஏதாவது ஒன்று பண்ணுறது. எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுங்க. எனக்கு ஒரு கோடிங் தெரியாது. இப்போ நான் இவ்வளோ வாய் பேசுகிறேன் 5 நிமிஷம், எனக்கு ஒன்றுமே நான் வெறும்னே .comல பேசிக்காக ஆரம்பித்தேன். ஒரு 6 மாதத்தில் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக எனக்கு புரியுது. அடுத்த 10 மாதம் இன்னும் அதிகமாக புரியுது. ஸோ எனக்கு புரியும் போது எனக்கு கோடிங் அடிக்கணும் ரொம்ப நாள் ஆசை. இதை நான் சொல்லிக்கிறேன் ஹரி. அதாவது இந்த இங்கிலீஷ் படம்லாம் மொத்தம் டைப் படிச்சுட்டே இருப்பானுங்களா கோடர்லாம், அது மிஸ்டர் ரோபோட்லாம் பண்ணணும், அது மாதிரிலாம் ஆசை. சரி பைத்தான் கற்றுக்கலாம் வான்னு சொல்லிட்டு உட்காந்து அந்த ஹலோ வேர்ல்டுக்கு அப்புறம் எனக்கு மண்டக்குள்ள ஏற மாட்டேங்குது எனக்கு. அது வரைக்கும் புரியுது. அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் அந்த வேரியபிள் சின்டெக்ஸ்ன்ற அங்கே லாக் ஆகிடுறேன். நம்ம மண்டை அவ்வளோ தான் வேலை செய்யும் போல். சரி எதுக்கு சரி விட அவனுங்களே பார்த்து ரொம்ப நாள் ஆசை. அந்த ஒரு இதை போட்டு டெர்மினல் போட்டு நான் இது சும்மாலாம் உட்காந்துருப்பேன், ஏதோ ஒன்று பண்ணி பார்க்கலான்னு. அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த சூடோ இன்ஸ்டால் ஒன்று இருக்கும்ல, அது மட்டும் தான் பண்ணிருக்கேன். அப்படி காப்பி பண்ணி பேஸ்ட் பண்ணி ஹேக்கர்ரா உபுண்டு ஆப் இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணுறா இப்போ வாங்கடா அப்படின்னு. அது மனசுக்கு அவ்வளோ சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். டெர்மினலில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது. சினிமா சான்ஸ் டெய்லி அலைஞ்சிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஆக்டிங் போயிட்டு இருப்பேன், பாட்டு பாடுவேன், டான்ஸ் ஆடுவேன். இன்னைக்கு காலையில் அம்மா கிட்ட எங்கடா போகிற ஐஐடி உடனே தான் கூப்பிட்றாங்க. நான் வந்து டெக் ஈவெண்ட்டில் பேசுகிறேன். நீயா தெரிலம்மா, எனக்கே தெரில, அது ஒரு சேனலில் கூப்பிட்றாங்க, ஏதோ ஒன்று பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ அது வரைக்கும் ரொம்ப ஹாப்பி. ஏன்னா எனக்கு இந்த இந்த மாதிரி கம்யூனிட்டி வந்து எங்கள் கம்யூனிட்டினா மக்கள் குரூப் சரிதா தப்பா உடனே அண்ணே நானும் உங்கள் கம்யூனிட்டி சொன்னீங்கன்னா பிச்சு போடுவேன். கம்யூனிட்டினா குரூப் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் சேம் ஐடியாலஜி அண்ட் சேம் மைண்ட் செட்டுன்னு அர்த்தம். விண்டோஸ் ஒரு தீய சக்தி அந்த மாதிரி. அஞ்சாறு நாள் தான் இருக்குது, பார்த்து ஓட்டு போடுங்க. அதனால் ஏன் சொல்கிறேன்னா அதுக்கு சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ என்ன போட்டிருக்காங்க, பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் மேக் யுவர் கண்டென்ட் புட் இட் அவுட். ஆமாம், இதுதான் முக்கியம். இப்போது நாங்கள் வந்து பண்ணுறோம் செய்கிறோம் ஓகே. இப்போ என்னென்னா நீங்கள் உங்களோட விஷயம் யாருக்கு போகுதுக்கு நீங்கள் வந்து பண்ணாதான் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். ஸோ நீங்கள் எதில் வேணால் இருக்கலாம். ஃப்ரீ டைமில் இதெல்லாம் படிங்க, ஃபாஸ்ட் படிங்க, ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் படிங்க, அதுக்கான ரீல் ஒன்று போடுங்க, ஏதாவது பாட்காஸ்ட் ஒன்று பேசுங்க. ஏன்னா ஒரு 5 பேர் இதை கேட்டால் கூட பரவாயில்ல. அந்த 5 பேர் வந்து வேறு ஏதாவது ஒரு இது நல்ல விஷயம் ஒன்று பண்ணுவான். ஸோ நாங்கள் ஆரம்பித்தது எந்த ஒரு கோலும் இல்லாமல் மனசார ஒன்று பண்ணணுங்கிற பிளானில் தான் ஆரம்பித்தோம். ஸோ நீட்ஷே ஒன்று சொல்லுவார், ஒய்ங்கிறது நீங்கள் ரொம்ப கிளியராக இருந்தீங்கன்னா ஹவ் உங்களுக்கு பிரச்சனையே இல்லை அப்படிம்பார். ஸோ அதுதான் நாங்கள் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இதை சொல்லணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டோம். அது எப்படியாவது சொல்லிடலாம் அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சோம். ஸோ அது மாதிரி நீங்களும் வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து இதை கொண்டு போகணும்னு ஆசை இருந்துச்சுன்னா இது எல்லாருக்கும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கறது முக்கியம். நம்மளும் ஜனத்தொகை அதிகம், இந்த ஆளில் இருக்க 100 பேர் மட்டும் பத்தாது. இது கிராமத்துக்கு ஊர் பக்கம் எல்லாத்தையும் தாண்டி, ஏன்னா மதம் ஜாதியெல்லாம் தாண்டி டெக்கு தான் நாளைக்கு எல்லாரும் செய்ய போகுது. நல்லா தெரியுது. மஸ்க்கு ஏன்னா அவனுங்க தான் வந்து வேர்ல்டை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. இதெல்லாம் காணாம போயிடும். நமக்கு அந்த அவேர்னஸ்லாம் தாண்டி நம்ம டெக் வழியாக மட்டும்தான் நீங்கள் மேலேயும் போக முடியும், இல்லை காலியும் ஆக முடியும். ஸோ அதை ப்ராப்பராக யூஸ் பண்ணி வாழ்க்கையில் விளங்கிடலாம் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக இதே லேப்டாப்பில் அந்த 5 ஃபோட்டோ மாற்றி பேசி உங்களை மேட்ச் பண்ணுறதுக்கு மிக நன்றி. அடுத்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் நல்லா காமெடியாக பேச கற்றுக்கிறேன். ஸோ என்னோட சேனல் பார்க்காதவங்களும் சப்ஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணுங்கள். டெம்பிள் மிங்கி பார்க்காதீங்க. வயசானவங்க சின்ன பசங்களையும் ஹெட்ஃபோன் மாட்டிக்கிட்டு பாருங்கள். மற்ற பசங்களாம் வந்து மெட்டாமிங்கி பார்த்துட்டு இதுலேயும் அப்பப்போ ஏதாவது பேசி விடுவேன், அதெல்லாம் கண்டுக்காதீங்க. அதனால் இன்னும் நிறைய வீடியோ வந்து இவங்களோட பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஃபாஸ்ட்க்கு ரொம்ப ஃபாஸ்ட் சென்னைக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் வாழ்த்துக்கள். ஸோ இன்னும் நல்ல நல்ல ஆப்பெல்லாம் கண்டுபிடிச்சி அடுத்தடுத்த வீடியோலாம் பேசுவேன். இப்போ நாங்கள் ஆஃபீஸ் மாற்ற போகிறோன்னா 2-3 வாரமாக வீடியோ வரல. நான் கேமராமேனுக்கு சேலரி கொடுக்க காசு இல்லை, அதனால் திருப்பி வரணும். நந்தா வார்த்தை முறை முடிஞ்சா குட்டியார். தேங்க்ஸ் 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 தேங்க்ஸ்.
ஓகே, ஸோ ஆல்ரைட். ஸோ தேங்க்யூ மிஸ்டர் விஜய் வரதராஜன், ரொம்ப நன்றி வந்து டாக் கொடுத்ததுக்கு. ஸோ கைண்ட் ஆஃப் யூ. ஸோ இப்போ டைம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 11:30 ஆகுது. இட்ஸ் டைம் இஸ் 11:30. ஸோ நெக்ஸ்ட் டாக் இஸ் அட் 11:45 ஆஸ் பர் த ஷெட்யூல். But we can take a few more minutes and we'll be back by 11:50. Okay? So we have our tea, coffee and biscuits ready in the main dining hall and the annex hall. If you just go outside and take a right, take a left, you will find the main dining hall. Just go have some tea, coffee and be back by 11:50. Thank you.
Yes? No? So I heard a no somewhere. Yes? No? Yes, perfect. All right. So we can kick things off with Anuvid, I was having a good chat with Anuvid. So it's quite an interesting topic. How do you protect your digital assets? And he is a fellow lawyer as well. I mean, he doesn't want to be called a lawyer, but that's what makes things interesting, in my opinion. Anuvid, we can have you on stage. We can go ahead with your talk. Yep.
Hi everyone. Hello.
Use the mic, or I think that's...
No, I think I can use this. It's fine. Hi everyone. Hello. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? The back? Cool. So my name is Anuvind. I am a legal fellow at Software Freedom Law Center India, which means by profession I am a lawyer. So I am very out of my element here. So I'm going to proceed to make you out of your element as well, because I'm going to be talking about a lot of legal aspects. But the fact is that this is not a legal problem. What I'm going to talk about, that is software patents, it's something that fundamentally affects tech development, and especially free and open source tech development in the country. So this is a project that we have at sflc.in, and I'll be explaining all of this in a little bit, just once my presentation gets set up. Okay, can you all see my screen? Cool, yeah. So, I am a lawyer, as I mentioned, at SFLC. So I'll just let you guys know a little bit about SFLC. SFLC, or Software Freedom Law Center India, is a non-governmental organization, a non-profit, that works to protect digital rights of people in India. So what that means on the day-to-day is that we fight for the rights of people online, be it the right to privacy, the right to free speech, the right to internet, things like this. So we look at internet shutdowns. We look at free speech bans, like censorships, film bans, etc. We work on providing people with information on how to keep their data private and secure online. So that's a broad look at what we do. Specific projects that we undertake include software patents. So we also work with the FOSS community to protect the community and to prevent policy changes from making FOSS development harder in the country, which is something that we are seeing an increasing trend of. I'm sure all of you are aware of the recent Android issue, where they're talking about how sideloading should not be possible. Developers should register with the platform. They should do some sort of KYC, and only then can you be somebody who develops apps and solutions for Android. This is something that's obviously against FOSS. People on F-Droid are talking about it. People from other alternative app stores are talking about this. There is also a proposal to include GUIs, or graphical user interfaces, as part of a registered design, which means that a company or a closed source proprietary institution can take up any element of a GUI and say, this is now ours, you have to pay us to use it, which is also obviously very detrimental to FOSS ecosystems. But arguably, I would say the most important aspect that we will look at is software patents themselves. So, what does software patents mean? So, I'll just go through the law a little bit. So, under Section 3K of the Patents Act, a software patent, or that is a mathematical or business method, or a computer program per se, or an algorithm, is not a patentable invention, which means that a computer program by itself, that is the code, the software within that program, cannot be patented in the country. Not a single person can take up a piece of code and say that this is mine, you have to now pay me to use this. That is not something that is legally permissible. So this happened out of a long chain of legislative history. This law was not exactly like this when the Patents Act came out in 1970. So I'll just give you a bit of context as to how the law came to be the way that it is right now, so that you can understand why it is a problem, what's happening right now, and what you can do to help fight against the software patents situation that we see right now. So to go over the history of the legislation, in the 1970s, when the Patent Act first came out, it did not talk about software. It did not talk about mathematical programs and algorithms and stuff like that, because most of these were not contemplated at the time. They were not so developed that the Indian government had to include them within the act. So it just talked about manufacturing, because inventions then were things that involved manufacturing. So software patents were normally automatically not contemplated. But then in 1992, with the P.V. Narasimha Rao government, we saw that the economy was liberalized. And one of the conditions that the International Monetary Fund placed on India was that we sign TRIPS, which is an international convention on how intellectual property rights should be protected in various countries. TRIPS had a huge impact on a lot of our intellectual property laws. It impacted our copyright laws, it impacted our design laws, it impacted our patent laws a lot. It also impacted the pharmaceutical sector a lot, but that's not something that I'm going into right now. So to make our patent law compliant with TRIPS, in 2002, we made an amendment that says that computer programs per se, along with mathematical methods, business methods, and algorithms are not patentable. So now this is what, as I mentioned, the law says right now. So what happened between 2002 and 2026? Now, in 2004, there was an attempt by the government. So they looked at the European Patents Act. They looked at the American Patents Act, where software patents are much more liberally constructed, where you can file for software patents. You can make a part of the code your own and just your own. So they looked at that and they thought, okay, we can make our patent code more in line with that. We can allow for software patents in a sense. We can use the same tests that are used in Europe and America, in India. So they passed an ordinance in 2004, which said that a computer program per se, other than its technical application to the industry or a combination with hardware, cannot be patented. So all of these are technical terms. I'm not going too in-depth into them. I just want you guys to get a broad overview on what the software patents field is like right now in the country. This was met with huge backlash, especially from the FOSS community. So the FOSS community, like Rahul from FOSS United, Venkatesh Hariharan, these are all people who fought back against this at that time. There was a project that was started called the End of Software Patents. That's a still ongoing project. You can find it online. So there was a lot of backlash against this. And one of the primary questions was, how can you say that technical application is what makes the software patentable? Because most software has a technical application. You cannot really divorce both of them. And another aspect was that, why would you need to amend the law to make it TRIPS compliant, when in 2002, you had already done this before. You had already made the law TRIPS compliant, and now you're saying you want to make the law TRIPS compliant once again by making software patents more easily accessible. And they said this would kill software development in the country. This would result in foreign companies, big tech, MNCs coming in and filing software patents in the country, and domestic developers who do not have the resources and cannot compete with these MNCs, they will not be left with any patents or any software that they can use freely. Because almost all patents will be owned by some person somewhere. And the government agreed. The government did a long thinking. They thought for a long time. And eventually, in 2005, when the chance came to make this ordinance part of the official law, the government said, okay, we won't add this. They withdrew that from the bill. And the official reason given, which you can see here, this is the actual text of the final amendment. I have highlighted something here. I'm sorry if everybody can't see it in the back. I'll just read it out for you. It is proposed to omit the clarification relating to patenting of software-related inventions introduced by the ordinance. The clarification was objected to on the ground that this may give rise to a monopoly of multinationals. So the reason that the government in 2005 decided to not include any sort of expanding clause to software patents law in India under section 3K, decided to retain what was mentioned in 2002, decided to keep software patents a very restrictive field in India, was because they wanted to protect domestic development, because they wanted to prevent foreign nationals from coming in, foreign MNCs, big tech, from coming in and filing patents for important pieces of software that could be reused or could be relied on by other people. But this is not what we see now. This is what we see in 2006. 20 years have passed. And along with that, we have seen a lot of changes, a lot of shifts from this original legislative intent. So this is what, as I mentioned, the parliament wanted. The parliament wanted the domestic developer to be protected. So I want you guys to remember that. Firstly, let's look at how this shift is happening on the administrative side. So for every patent angle, for every product, there is something that is known as a patent manual. So patent agents, when they are looking at patent claims that come out, they reference this patent manual, which says, okay, you should do this in this situation, you should do this in this situation, and maybe grant the patent or not grant the patent. So patent agents will reference the patent manual, and then, depending on that, grant the patent or not grant the patent. For software-related inventions, there is something known as the CRI guidelines. This is the holy Bible of patent manuals in India with relation to any sort of code. Now, what do the CRI guidelines say about software patents? The first CRI guideline came out in 2015. In 2015, they said that the same steps that could be considered for other patents, that is novelty, inventive step, industrial applicability, and sufficiency of disclosure, should be followed when software patents are followed. So this is essentially saying that software patents are allowed as long as they fit all the other criteria of a patent. This is a sudden and drastic change in what the law considers to be okay with regards to software patents. Until 2006, we saw there was a very strong desire to protect the domestic developers, protect Indian developers, protect the FOSS ecosystem, and not have software patents be something that is allowed so easily. But in 2015, the CRI guidelines are all of a sudden saying that, yeah, okay, we can allow software patents as long as they are, patents in the right sense of the word. They are patents in the legal sense. And in 2016, once again, the CRI guidelines also allowed for software patents, but they added a stronger three-step criteria to say that, to understand whether something should be a software patent. They said you should look at three various restricting factors, very narrow grounds to, and only if they satisfy all three, can you allow the software patent. So that was something that was positive. But in 2017 and in 2019, what we see is that the software patents regulation field has become much more broad. After the 2019 guidelines, software patents are basically, even if not allowed by the law, they are de facto allowed, because any sort of patent claim that is made to a patent agent in the country, to a patent office in the country, even if it includes pure software, as long as you can use language to your advantage, it will be granted. So in 2023, we noticed this. We had already been fighting software patents since 2010. But in 2023, we decided to make a report. We at SFLC, that is. We decided to look at patents from 2014 onwards until 2024 and see what the trends are, what the data tells us. And that's what we saw. I'll just show you a table. So this is extremely shocking. So if you see from 2014 to 2019, there isn't much of a change in terms of how many software patents are granted. There is one in 2017, which made software patents really easy to be filed. So we see that from 331, it went all the way up to 842, out of which, again, 12% were granted to foreign nationals or foreign entities. But since 2018 and now till 2022, what we see is that a majority of the patents are being granted to foreign entities. Like, if we see at 2022, 53 were granted to Indians, which means that almost 80% of software patents filed in India is being granted to a foreign entity, which mostly are like these big tech firms. They're Ericsson, Oracle, Google, etc. So what the government feared back when rejecting the expansion of software patents back in 2006 about the monopoly of multinationals, that has come true. That is what's happening now. So how did this happen? Firstly, from the administrative side. But there is also another side, which is the judicial side. And this part is a lot more tricky, because there is a case, a significant case known as the Farid Alani case, where a Tunisian national wanted to file a software patent in India. And in that case, out of the blue, like the administrative guidelines once again, it was decided by the Delhi High Court that we should follow the European model. We should allow for software patents. We should allow them because they allow for innovation to flourish in the country. And in Farid Alani, they allowed the software patent. And this led to a slippery slope. This led to an avalanche of judgments that allowed software patents in the country, all with a differing test. Some would say technical effect. Some would say technical effect with contribution to hardware. So if you are aware of Spicy IP, which is a company, which is a firm, NGO that does a lot of work on intellectual property law in the country, they've actually done a deep dive into how many tests exist for software patents in the country. And just to show you, this is the number of tests that exist and the number of judgments that have relied on them. So there is first technical effect and technical advancement. There is further technical effect. There is technical effect, there is technical advancement, there is technical effect and contribution. There is innovative technical advantage. And all of these are interpreted in different ways in all of these judgments. So none of these judgments actually rely on the same test. They do not rely on the same requirement for what a software patent should be. So what we see is that administratively, they are saying software patents are okay. We are allowing for software patents. You just have to follow these simple guidelines. And judicially, there is no clear uniform test on what a software patent is, what allows software patents to be granted, what should be the criteria for something to be considered a patentable software. That brings us to the 2005 to 2025 CRI guidelines, which are the latest ones. These ones are very unique in the sense that they explicitly rely on these judicial tests. They explicitly call out these judgments and they quote these judgments to bring them the power to grant software patents. They say, so-and-so judgment said this. So in this case, you can give a software patent. So-and-so judgment said this. So in this case, you can give a software patent. But the problem is, as I just showed you, there is no one single judicial test for what constitutes a software patent. There is no uniform line of thought. So what these CRI guidelines are doing are basically cherry picking from these judgments. They're picking what is advantageous to them and quoting only that. Sometimes within the same judgment, there would be a conflicting line of thought that says, okay, algorithms cannot be patented. Algorithms are purely excluded. You cannot patent a single algorithm. But computer programs can be if they follow this criteria. In the CRI guidelines, they will quote the paragraph about computer programs, but they will not quote the one about algorithms. And for algorithms, a different judgment will be quoted that says algorithms can be patented. So what we see here is this hodgepodge of administrative and judicial tests that basically make it really confusing, both for the patent agent and for the person who are applying for patent, and for anybody who's looking into this, what actually the law says. So what we at SFLC say is that we should just forget all this. We should go back to the original legislative intent. Why is the CRI guidelines relying on the judgments, which also rely on foreign cases and foreign standards, which are alien to India? Why is the CRI guidelines and the judgments forgetting or ignoring the legislative history which explicitly said we should protect our Indian developers and not allow a monopoly of multinationals? So what we say here is that we should go back to what the 2002 law says, which is surprisingly what the law says even now. The law has not changed. What has changed is the surrounding regulations and what the courts say. If you look at the Patents Act, Section 3K right now, that still says computer programs per se cannot be patented. That still says algorithms and business models and mathematical models cannot be patented at all. But below that, there is a shadow of these CRI guidelines. There's a shadow of these judgments, which all allow for software patents to be granted based on reasons that are convenient to them at the moment, which are cherry-picked from judgments without any reason being given as to why one particular judgment is chosen for what. So it's a really confusing regulatory sphere. So what we say, what our stance is that software patents should not be considered patentable. They do not promote innovation. Software patents, excuse me, software patents only help all these proprietary multinational companies and big tech companies because only they have the resources to actually pursue software patents en masse. The average startup, the average developer will not have the resources to hire lawyers, file patents, go after them, ensure that only they have that patent or anybody who's infringing on this patent is taken to court and shown what justice is. They cannot do that. Google can. Oracle can. So that's what we're doing. And that's what our stance is. Excuse me for just a moment. Yeah, sorry, excuse me, sorry for that. I've been managing a booth, so my throat is really gone. So what can you do to contribute as people who are here at Chennai FOSS, as members of the FOSS community? What can you do? How can you help contribute to this fight? There are two ways in which you can contribute. Firstly, as a developer, as a member of the FOSS community, if you have any opinions on software patents, on the patentability of software, if you know anybody who's running a closed source startup, you can ask them, what do you think about software patents? Do you think you can pursue software patents? Do you think you can fight to keep your patents protected? Why are you not filing software patents? You can ask them, or you can ask them to reach out to us. Or you can reach out to us with your own opinions. You can send an email to mail@sflc.in or press@sflc.in, and we will take care and consider your opinions. That's the first thing you can do. Secondly, as a citizen of India, not particularly related to the project itself, but you can help SFLC in our work, because we do a lot of work, as I mentioned, fighting against policy changes that make FOSS development all the more harder in India. We also protect the digital rights of people. We help them in cases of online harassment. We help them in cases of free speech violations, content takedown, etc. So if you or anybody else that you know is facing any issues with respect to content takedown, or internet shutdown, or privacy violations, surveillance, online gender-based violence, non-consensual imagery, deep fakes, cyber fraud, cybercrime, all of these things, you can reach out to us at rightsline.sflc.in. If you meet me outside at the booth, I can provide you with a flyer that explains all of this in great detail. But that's an all-in-one digital helpline to help people, because we have a team of lawyers, we have a team of technologists. We can sit together, understand your problem, reach out to you, and help. Thanks.
All right, so that was spectacularly on time. All right, so how are you guys doing? You guys have energy to go for another session, or do you guys want a break? Break or another session? Quick. Another session? Do you all want a break? Direct lunch now. Sure. Okay. So based on you guys, we're going for the next session. But while the next session comes in, how's your energy? Low, high, sleepy? I feel like this room is a little bit sleepy. Are you guys sleepy, or don't maybe call out names. If I start calling out names, it's going to be very, very sad. But the last row, are you sleepy? How are you guys? No? I need some energy. Awake? Yes? Yes? Yes, yes, sir. The middle rows, awake? Yes? No? SRM விட மோசமாக இருக்கீங்கடா ஐஐடியில் வந்துட்டு சத்தியமாக சொல்கிறேன்டா டே SRMல கூட இந்த மாதிரி கேட்டால் ஜாலியாக இருப்பாங்கடா டே my god. All right. So we're going to start the next talk in just about a bit. So just give me a moment while I find your speaker. So I think Ananda Perumal is here. Yes. வாங்க உங்களை தான் வெயிட்டிங் இப்போ எல்லாரும். Right, so we're going to go for the next session, which is Specialization Beyond JSON. So Ananda Perumal is going to be joining us in just a bit. So over to you, Mr. Anand Perumal. You can use mic here.
I didn't bring my laptop, so I'm just preparing that. Bring it for me. Hello.
Hello. Okay. Back up. Um, Hi everyone. May I have your attention, please? This is my first talk, so I didn't want to mess this up with too much technical content. So, um, what made me do this is I'm currently going through a research phase for a product that I'm building. To put it simply, I think the concept of Git or GitHub shouldn't be just for text files. We need it for almost all kind of files that is enabling creativity. So what exactly is the challenge we are facing in doing that? That's what I want to talk about. I think I was part of the challenge, and that's what I'm going to try to present. See if you can get a sense of whether if that's the true challenge, and if solving that would really solve the problem that we're trying to solve. So the title is just a catchy thing. We'll just move on to this slide. The way I'm going to present this talk is I will start with three different things and try to raise a question of what connects all these three things, and we'll try to converge on to something which I think is the true challenge, which I think is the real problem behind why we are not able to do why we are not able to enable the concept of Git or GitHub for a different kind of file format. Let's start with those three problems. The serious AI work depends on representations. What do I mean by that? The kind of AI that we know in the popular media, mainstream media, is LLMs and transformers, right? But the potential for AI and the kind of extent that it can go to actually comes from physical systems like robotic systems. So robotic systems really work on a lot of tougher things, like it must be real time, and it must be less ambiguous. So we have problem number one, which is how to solve the difficult AI problems. And what I told before, the next problem is why not Git for everything, like 3D models, video editing. And third problem is we all tweak systems, we build systems, but we face this all the time. We think this is going to work, but it doesn't. And everything looks fine, but we still don't know where to look for the issues. So this is the convergence. So what connects these? This is a thesis actually. So what connects these is what I think, and it's definitely not computation, it's not scale, it's not tools. What I think it connects this is serialization. What do I mean by serialization? Any kind of computable systems, computation systems that you want to build, you must be able to write it onto a disk or send it through packets in the network. So there is a necessity for any complex structured data to be linearized. What do we mean by linearized? We generally, when we think about serialization, we think about file formats like these, right? JSON, protobuf, or binary, but that's not the core idea. That's what I'm trying to say. So serialization is about how you preserve meaning across these boundaries. What do I mean by boundaries? In a network, between machines, we have boundaries. Between two processes, we have a boundary. We must have a shared state. We must have a shared memory to do the communication. Time can also be a boundary, because let's say you write today and you want to work on it or train train the model on this data tomorrow. Time is also a boundary. So thinking seriously about boundaries is where we are going to really make a sizable difference when you're trying to create a new system. So just think about these as boundaries, because these are the real boundaries. To how two different frameworks integrate, how two different libraries integrate, those come later. Fundamentally, these are the real boundaries that we are trying to solve. All the issues almost come from these boundaries. how we communicate between process, between machine, between network, between time. These are the real boundaries. So when I say preserve meaning across these boundaries, what do I mean? It's not just data. It's what since I told these are the kind of findings that I'm trying to talk about. I'm saying what we are trying to protect, or the meaning that we are trying to protect is through identity, relationships, ordering. And what do I mean by that? These are just words without meaning, right? So identity is when can we identify the same state as the same state even after crossing the boundary. Without that, almost we get into chaos, right? And what do I by relationships? Let's say two different entities have are their relationships still held even after crossing the boundary? And when you're trying to, especially in distributed systems, when you're trying to divide the data and recompile it after the boundary, ordering is really important. And what is invariant through systems, any system is trying to protect something, like what are the things are fixed, what are the things are dynamic. That itself is a boundary. How are we dealing with these boundaries? So why serialization plays a role here? Because any kind of operation that you do on a data cannot scale across any boundary without linearizing it. I'll try to give a visual image of it. Through serialization, we are trying to make the structure operable. Like you must be able to compute on that data, not just visualize it or store it, right? So let's say something like this. We have any complex data, any real life data that you're trying to work on is almost a higher order model all the time. So we're trying to convert that into a reduced order model. No, this isn't the image. I'm not going to even explain it. We only preserve what matters, because the kind of behavior that you expect from the system, what if you preserve, we can make it work. That's what I mean by projection. Like you're trying to do a translation from a higher order model to a reduced order model. So almost every system is a projection, because if you don't choose what must be preserved, then almost all the systems will be very tough to debug and reason about it. And this is not just true for software, it's almost true for all computing stack. That's what I'm trying to present here, because let's say you have an embedded system. You start from the physical reality. You try to sample it through sensors, then you try to discretize it through analog to digital converter, then you put it into a microcontroller, then the communication happens. Then we go into the actuator where the sensors are reconstructed. If you note this properly, this is a system where the debugging is really tough, and almost even students who study this find it difficult to work on this, because debugging, it takes debugging at a lot of layer at multiple resolutions. If you note, if you keep, if you ponder about what I was just saying, almost all these translations across these layers is about serialization. What you preserve from the before layer to the next layer. This this is what I explained, because we're trying to translate between layers. So what you choose to preserve really matters, because that's where all kind of misunderstanding and meaning loss happens. Almost always, every layer has its own representation, how you represent the data at each layer. So each step introduces a representation, and because of that, we will have a problem of losing meaning of the representation. What does the representation mean in one layer does not mean the same in the before layer. So how do you keep track of the translation across these layers? So that's what you have to look for. Where is meaning lost? Debugging is real. The real debugging the question of real debugging is where to find where the meaning has been lost. We say it's because of noise, quantization, timing, or mismatch, but those not the real issues, because at each point of translation, meaning degrades because representations themselves change. A small example of, let's say, a small system like sensor reading, seeing it through a display mediated by a microcontroller. What you expect is stable, but you always get fluctuating. So failure and fluctuating is a reality. How are you going to engineer that noise so that you can reliably work on the system that you're trying to build. This is true for even simulations. Almost when we try to simulate a physical system onto a computer, we never take all the variables that happens in reality, right? We always choose the variables that we care about, so it's always a reduced representation inside the simulation. So simulation failures, most of the time, are representation failures. And representation failures is a direct result of how you have serialized the data from the before layer. This is true for distributed systems, RTOS, communication, and AI. So the real challenge, the question that I asked before, what is stopping us from making a Git or GitHub for different file formats is how we are trying, did we crack how we serialize under constraints? This is the important question. Let's take Git. Git has, in fact, Linus Torvalds himself is very proud of making Git than Linux because he thinks that's what led to the expansion and the longer term maintenance that is possible with Linux, because Git is there. So Git does a very something very important, because almost all state have the same identity, whoever has the repo, whoever has branched it. So that is important because this means everybody is operating on the same world. Only then collaboration is possible. If the same state cannot be interpreted interpreted with the same identity, then you have absolute chaos. So collaboration requires preserving meaning under change. In this case, the meaning that you're trying to preserve is the identity. So for 3D models and video editing, we have to find what we are trying to preserve so that this kind of systems are possible. So with whatever we have discussed now, we have reached we might get a sense that the collaboration problem is actually a representation problem. What exactly do I mean by that? We don't know how to preserve structure and relationships under change across translations between layers. So we must start asking more than does it work, does it not work? It's more of a binary question, and we must go into the gray and start asking across what are the layers, what are the boundaries, what is preserved, what is lost across these layers. So systems don't fail randomly. They fail mainly because meaning is lost. Only because meaning is lost, it becomes less legible and very difficult to. Once it's become less legible, then you can't even communicate about it. You can't even reason about it in your own mind. Thank you. This was I tried to.
Thank you so much for that. So the next talk is going to be about curriculum and accessibility. So we have been at FOSS working with colleges very closely for quite a long time, and we have been taking workshops around making the curriculums of the college accessible, and working on the FOSS in education sector for a very long time. On departing of that, I would like to invite Rahul from FOSS Foundation to have a talk on making curriculum accessible. Please put your hands together to invite Rahul.
Cool. Sorry, I'm just opening my slides. Please give me 1 minute. Dump this here. All right. I'm going to try something a little bit different. I'm going to try and do my talk in 3 minutes. I wonder if there's there's a timer right here. I want 3 minutes. Let's go. It all started with this. I don't know how many people have read this book. It's by this person called Shakti Kannan, who's an OG in the Indian FOSS ecosystem. He also goes by Shaktiman. And he has this book called I Want to Do Project, Tell Me What to Do. Because he keeps running across so many students who want to do something. And again, this is something that happens fairly commonly in the FOSS ecosystem as well. So many people keep coming to us at the FOSS United Foundation and coming and asking us, hey, look, we want to work on some FOSS project. We want to contribute to some FOSS project. What are we supposed to do? And this is a significant problem because students want to contribute to FOSS, but most of the students that we end up running into don't have a basic understanding of version control software. So for example, they don't know how to use Git properly. So many people that we have run into, students that we've run into, they've used GitHub primarily online, so they know how to sort of upload files from the GitHub user interface, but they don't know how to use the Git command line. And even if they know how to use the Git command line, most of them have just basically learned enough to be able to say, okay, I know how to make a commit. Git commit -a--m is going to package everything into a commit and is going to like push it, and then git push origin main is going to push everything upstream. Even students at like tier 1 institutes that we ran into did not know how to handle branches, create branches, push branches, work with pull requests, merge everything back upstream, and then update their local copy of the main branch. So this is a significant problem that we keep running into over and over again. And the flip side of it also is, like, so many students want to contribute to free and open source software projects, but this ends up meaning that so many first contributions are coming to projects, and the maintainers are now overburdened with so many contributions which require a significant amount of additional effort to make them merge worthy, right? Even if the project goes to the effort of creating good first issues, and then telling people that, hey, look, why don't you try and pick some of these issues and why don't you fix some of them, the contributions that end up coming in still require a lot of hand-holding to actually make them mergeable eventually. So how do we try and solve this problem? A solution that came to me was when I came across these two projects, which are coming out of government college in Kerala. I don't know why I forgot. But there's a student and there's a small FOSS club over there which is building these two projects called Wiki Syllabus and Beyond Syllabus. I ended up being able to talk to the student, and the student talked about the fact that he is in a college where he isn't happy with the curriculum, so he decided that he's going to try and build a small little AI system where he will be able to talk to the courses, and the AI agent will tell him that, hey, look, you should try and consider doing this course because this is the things that it will teach you. Here is what the specific courses are. Here are some of the information that it will teach you, etc., etc., etc. And then to be able to power the user interface and to have the AI be able to talk to and refer to some information, he started putting all the curriculum information in a wiki, and he was handling that wiki primarily on Git. So what that means is, for example, if you look on the, okay, it's not very visible. This is why I had my browser open. So if you look in here, he has this list of universities, and then for each of the universities, let's pick APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University. He had all these different like courses that exist in that university. Let's pick electrical and electronics engineering, and then he had, okay, look, curriculum gets updated every once in a while, so let's pick the latest version. And then he had semester 1, semester 2, semester 3, semester 4, etc., all the way to all the different semesters. And if I pick one of them, then it basically says, this is just all the various different courses that happen in that semester. And then within that markdown file, he has information about, okay, what is this course? What are the course objectives, etc., etc., etc. The project that he had imagined was structured in such a way that that project would be the end all and be all, where all the information about all the universities in the curricula end up in that project. But when I came across this project, my mind worked a little differently. Because for us, the problem is so many students at every different college want a project that they are able to work on. So why is it that every student who's interested has to contribute to that specific project, to the Wiki Syllabus and Beyond Syllabus projects? Instead, what if they were able to do these things on their own? So the fundamental question became, can we make college curricula accessible? So what that means is, right now, most curriculum information is shared as PDF files. It's very difficult to search content inside a PDF file from a search engine. Search engines do index PDF files. I didn't know this until I started working on this. But it is very difficult to tell a search engine that, no, search for this text only inside a PDF file, and you need to know some amount of search engine foo, Google foo, to be able to do some of that work. So I tried thinking, okay, fine, what if we expanded this exact same thing, but make it into a college-specific thing? What if we were able to take the content that's stuck in this PDF file and do exactly what this project was trying to do and put them into Markdown files, which all of a sudden making them much more accessible over text? And what if we created like a very simple static site using this information so that search engines are able to better index all this information? And now all of a sudden, if I just have to go and search, oh, tell me APJ Abdul Kalam University, electronics engineering, what all courses happen in the third year, just in a search engine, this information is now all of a sudden very, very easy for the search engine to discover and show in search results because it is simple text information. So this is based on all of this. Me and Hari, we ended up doing sessions for students in colleges. So what did we do? We created a Git and a GitHub repository that was set up ahead of time by the people who were doing the session. The repository was configured ahead of time with MKDocs. MKDocs is a project where you can take Markdown content. It's a static site generator, so it will compile the Markdown files into HTML files. And then we also set up continuous integration and continuous deployment on the GitHub repositories so that every time there is a change that happens in the Markdown content, the static site gets updated and then the entire site gets deployed as GitHub pages, right? I don't all of a sudden need to pay for someone to host my website. GitHub pages is going to do it for us. So then finally, we just told the participants that, look, in this session, you don't have to do any prior setup apart from coming with a GitHub account and having internet access. And in those sessions, what we told them was, look, this is the kind of thing that we're trying to do. Why don't you take the curriculum that you are following, whatever department it is that you're a part of, whatever semester you are doing, whatever courses you're doing, just create a very simple file on that repository that we have set up for you. And that file is just going to contain, this is the course name, and this is some information about the course. And over the course of like 6 different sessions that we did, I did this at 2 colleges in Andhra and Telangana, ACE and RGM set. Hari did it in SRM Pondicherry University, Chennai Institute of Technology, and Sai University in Chennai. There again, we saw a significant number of people open pull requests for the very first time on a project, and then immediately see what that means, which is all of a sudden they opened a pull request. I have merged that pull request, and they're able to immediately see that, oh, I made some change over there. That content is now immediately visible on a website. That's a surprisingly quick feedback loop which they've never experienced before. And that was what the whole point of this was, to try and have as little of an initial setup as needed, and to try and take them as quickly from what they did to seeing the results of what they did. If we had told them that you need to set up MKDocs locally, you need to figure out how to run a very simple server on your machine, you need to be able to see how to see the static site that is generated on your local machine, etc., etc. It would have been much, much more difficult. So instead, no, we went with this. We had all the things set up already. People from any department, especially non-computer science departments, who have no idea whatsoever, you just come with a GitHub account, you go on here, you click some of these buttons, it will create a thing for you, and then you at least now have a significant amount of motivation to do something because you're seeing the results very, very quickly. And again, like we said, we told them no prior knowledge of Markdown is necessary. And the good thing about Markdown is even if you make a bunch of silly mistakes, it's just text, it'll render incorrectly, but it's not going to take the entire website down. And what was the whole point of doing it? The whole point of doing it was to, one, use these to sneak information to the students. I don't want to do a session where I'm teaching them Git and GitHub. I want to do a session where I'm helping make their college curriculum accessible. And in that process, I'm sneaking them information about Git, GitHub, branches, pull requests, etc., etc. I don't want to try and teach them Markdown as a thing separately. But then instead, in this way, I'm saying that, hey, look, this is what it is that we're trying to do. And coincidentally, let's learn Markdown in the process. And finally, it is a trivial thing at this point to use a static site generator and then have a very simple website. And if you're able to do this for your curriculum, maybe you can do this for your college, maybe you can do this for your college club, maybe you can do this for yourself. And all of a sudden, we've taken people who had no idea that they can have a web presence, a very easy and simple web presence, to, hey, if this is all that I need to do to be able to have a web presence, maybe I'll just replicate this for myself and then create a personal website for myself. But what is the bigger picture? The bigger picture is student and clubs in each college should now be able to, we should now be able to tell them that, hey, why don't you create your own small little curriculum website? There's enough things that enough departments and enough various like courses that happen in your own college, why don't you just take that content from the PDF file, put them in a markdown, and create this sort of a website? And even if, let's say, over the course of 4 months or 1 year, one set of like students have done this work, the beauty of it is there's so much depth into this. So for example, let's say you've made everything online. Now it becomes a question of, hey, look, this course was last updated 3 years back, 4 years back, and there's so many newer pieces of information that are relevant in this course. There are so many better references, much more niche references. For example, there are books that are not included in the official recommendations, in the official list of references, but there are books that you can read on these topics which are free and available online for anyone to read. Oh, you're talking about data structure specifically? Hey, look, there's this one nice little talk at some PyCon in the US which is talking about TIM sort specifically and how that sorting algorithm works and why that is the default sorting algorithm. All of a sudden, you're able to augment the curriculum information so that not just you, but other people who are with you and other juniors of yours are able to find newer pieces of information and then try and improve the curriculum. Try and improve the curriculum based on newer pieces of information that you have. Or maybe you could even extend it. Maybe you can say, hey, look, the course ends up being in some ways the lowest common denominator that every person who's pursuing that degree is able to do. But what if you have like a course plus version where, hey, look, I know all of these basics already, but if I want to do this course and still understand newer things, what additional, more harder, more complicated concepts can I try and introduce in this course? And there again, like, because it's not the official curriculum, the students have that flexibility and the agency to say, hey, look, here is a course plus if you have the time and if you want to go deeper and dig deeper. Maybe the course assignments can be made public on the GitHub repository. The solutions for those can be made public. And again, the free and open source angle here is, there are a lot of softwares which are being used and taught, even within a computer science department. Let's say Tableau is being used to teach data visualization. But what if all of a sudden now the students have the agency to say, hey, look, I now see courses that are happening across all the different years, across all the different departments. I see Tableau being used over there. What if I modify the course so that it's not being taught with Tableau, but it's being taught with a free and open source software tool? What if a course that is being taught in an engineering department, let's say somebody who's using MATLAB to do some data analysis, instead we rewrite that entire course to imagine what it would look like using Python. The students have the freedom to say, hey, look, you know what, like, I'll show the assignments as well. Like, here are the official assignments using MATLAB. Here are what the assignments could look like if you were to rewrite the entire course in Python. None of these could be official, but at the same time, once the students are able to do this, there's a certain amount of agency and freedom that they're getting, and a sense of the fact that the curriculum isn't something that like has come down from above, but it's a curriculum is a living, breathing thing that you are able to interact with, the students are able to interact with year after year and student after student. And that is something that is incredibly valuable. And there again, like in terms of the FOSS tools, if maybe nothing exists right now which is very clearly solving the concept that the course is trying to teach, maybe this actually gives the students an opportunity to create an entirely new FOSS tool. For example, a great example for this is in IIIT Bangalore, there's a course on, not just in IIIT Bangalore, there are fairly standard courses on circuit design and circuit analysis which are taught in practically every electronics and electrical engineering courses. And they're usually taught using closed source software. Student in IIIT Bangalore, and I'm guessing the faculty decided that they don't want to continue using it. So they built a new software called CircuitVerse, which is free and open source. And the students are then continuing to maintain it. The students are continuing to maintain it. The students who are pursuing the course continue giving feedback and giving recommendations to how the course needs to improve and how the software itself needs to improve. And all of a sudden, there again, the students are building things that make the most amount of sense to them for the curriculum that they're pursuing. They're not only learning how to use tools, but they're learning how to create new tools all of a sudden, all through this example of, hey, just make the curriculum accessible online and let's continue building some of these things. That is my lightning talk. Damn it, I don't know how long I took. But yeah, I think I have a few minutes for questions. These are the examples that I mentioned. One is called Wiki Syllabus, the other is Beyond Syllabus. It's just beyondsyllabus.in. This is our, I'm Rahul, I'm the head of the FOSS United Foundation, and this is our public notes about this effort that we did over the last 6 months. Like I said, like I did it at 2 colleges and Hari did it at 4 different colleges. So these are our public notes, basically just extended versions of everything that I said. Yeah, that's it on my end. if there's any questions, I can take them. Otherwise, I can get off the stage early. I'm sorry, like, I wanted to do an experiment of trying to do it like fast. I don't know if I didn't make sense in the pursuit of me doing it fast. All right, I'm available for any questions. Yes. Yeah, so again, so I'm not talking about open source anywhere here. Like, so the point is not to try and introduce them to open source and to try and make them understand the value of open source, etc., etc. There are some people where I need to take that message, and there are other people where I can't use that message. So for me, the easier thing to do is, hey, look, I know that you all have curriculum information. I know that's difficult for you all to search. So let's make that easy. And this is a problem that we are seeing across the board. Here is what other colleges have solved it and how they have solved it. Why don't we try and replicate this in your college? And in that process, once they get into it, once they start using some of these tools, once they start seeing the value of all of these things, then we start going into, oh, by the way, like, you didn't realize it, but all of these things are free and open source. Here is how all of these things are being built. And here is how all of these things end up helping now that they are free and open source, and like what the meaning of all of these things are, what the value of all of these things is. Thank you. Any other question or comment? All right, thank you all.
Mic check. Okay, thank you so much, Rahul. That was something that I was also very curious about when it comes to curriculum, because being in the class and being academic was never me. So that was something. We are in a time crunch. Obviously, everybody is curious. When is the lunch time? We just have 2 more talks. One of them is going to be a lightning talk. I know, human attention span is really low. It's like about 47 seconds, but we have talks like 15 minutes and 30 minutes. But please bear with us, and we'll be in the dining area in no time, okay? So the next talk is from Yash. So a quick introduction about him is, me and Yash have already met in multiple hackathons that we went as a judge in different universities. So I know him in a personal level. He is a full stack developer as well as an AI guy. So he is a Google AI mentor as well. So both of these, if they connect with you, that's going to be fun. So why did I start off with this? Is because his talk is about how a project that starts in Hackathon moves towards open source contribution. So you start something small and you make it bigger is exactly what he's talking about, and there's obviously more to it. So Yash, your 15 minutes starts the moment you're here. Please, a round of applause for Yash.
Hello? Okay, thanks. Thank you so much, Trishraj, for my introduction. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. So, let's start with one. Hello. Hello. So, let's start with a question. So, how much of you guys have participated in hackathons? Can you raise your hands? So, are you proud of like what you have developed in hackathons? Like, you can raise your hands like that. There might be some good ideas. You can raise your hands. I'm not gonna ask any questions. Like, okay. So, do you think how many of you have won hackathons? You can raise your hackathon. Okay. So after that, okay. So yeah. So after that, did you do any contributions into it? Like after winning it, after posting like on LinkedIn or like getting congratulation messages and everything actually like flexing it and all like after that did you do like did you open source your project and maybe like made it to your real life or something? Anyone? Okay, so let's start with it. So that is what my topic is about. So like after hackathons, like after you are winning hackathons, like maybe on the weekends, like after Monday morning, you don't know what to do next with it. Many of the people's like just win it or either like even if they lose, they don't do like they don't try to finish the projects actually. They just keep it as it is and they don't have a plan like what to do next. So today I'm gonna talk about it only. So this is about me actually. So I'm a full stack developer with 5 years of experience. I have been speaking with couple of events as of now, like so you can read it. And also like I'm very much interested into hackathons. So I have won SIH and like other hackathons and also like 5-star code chef. Like yeah. Also I am a Google AI mentor and like just twice like as a Smart India hackathon and also mentored the winning teams and also the co-founder and CTO of like social. So yeah, that's about me. So let's start. So let's start with this actually. So as we say like normally, so like whatever hackathon projects we have built off like we are proud of like maybe judges are proud of and like maybe people are amazed what idea it is and like we might be able to build a prototype of it, but after like that weekend actually like that project is nowhere like means neither nothing as in like that might be in your resume or something, but that is not actually anywhere like people to use it like. So yeah. So normally this is the data from like 2025, like this is collected from 5K hackathon repositories. So 92% of it like doesn't have contribution after like the hackathon. So like if you see like so like after the hackathon contribution, the repository, it doesn't have a get commit. So like what is missing? Like what is the root cause of it? Like so normally like you are developing a prototype actually, but you are not having any users to use it, or maybe you don't have like any feedback loop like maybe via LinkedIn or maybe via Google Form or anything actually like that you can validate your idea and like maybe like you have a real customers to it actually. Like in hackathons we are like addressing the real pain points only, but we are not like it is just a prototype, you want it, but no one is going to use it actually. And the worst factor one means actually like so your repository like if you have like a GitHub repository, you push the code, but you don't have a like what to say a readme file or like there is a messy code, and like only the people who are participated in hackathons understood it. Apart from that, the people like who wants to contribute to your project, they don't have like basically how to contribute or how to take in their local, and there is no roadmap actually what to do next and what the things are. So these are the root cause actually, and there is a basically a gap between a prototype and product. Prototype doesn't means actually you have built something, that might be an idea also actually, and between that like product is actually what the user use, And in open source, basically, you'll get the contributors who will validate your ideas, who will make it enhance like in multiple ways. So, yeah. So I'm gonna present you the framework actually from a hackathon to open source to a product actually. Like how you can, after like your demo day, like how you can like make it open source and pitch it to your pitch it to the peoples and get it into the product, like where the users actually use it. So basically it is a loop actually. So normally from hackathons, like to open source to product. So hackathons gives you an idea or like anything like, or maybe a prototype. Open source gives you like basically peoples who are committers actually. And product is where like you don't talk about codes or anything, you deliver the value which customers are gonna use it like. So normally like there might be existing solutions for a particular problem statement, but what unique you are gonna pitch it to the peoples, that is what like comes into the product actually. So these are the 3 lessons like I have learned while building like from hackathons to like actual products. So normally like hackathon gives you speed. So over like 36 or 48 hours, you brainstorm, you come up to an idea, you do some research and you see like what are the existing gaps from the current solution or what you're building to actually. So one good unique feature, not like you need to develop 10 features actually, which is repeatable that you can keep it as future scope, but one good feature that can be usable to the user. Second, open source. Open source helps you to have collaborations, like where people validate your idea, like where people contribute to your idea. And like, yeah, so many people think like it is my idea and like I don't want to like tell it to the peoples, but you should open source your project and product like where like it gives you value actually. Like, so normally it will give you useful things. Normally, what is the pain point of the user and what you're trying to solve it. So why open source matters actually? So normally like, so when you open source your project, so normally you will have like people who are like contributing to your project if you have like proper readme file and all the instructions. So like there like lot of peoples will be doing a parallel progress like, and normally like definitely there will be more eyes on your code. So like the code quality will also increase. And also like if you want to have a, like some CI setup actually, so you can use like the GitHub existing thing and integrate everyone's code and see it in your like local and like try to improve on it. And also normally here comes the product thinking actually. So normally in product phase we don't talk about codes or any technical terms actually. So normally like from my hackathon experience also, like if a non-tech guy is there, so normally you don't have to pitch any techie stuff to think. Like you have to make him feel like in, maybe if you're pitching like 60 to 90 seconds of the pitch, he should feel your pain. He should feel like there is a need of it. Like, and normally he should like think like that he's using your product like in future. Like he should like imagine thinking your product to be done. And normally you should have one good feature itself, like apart from 10 same features, and you should like see like how much users on day-to-day basis it is getting used actually. Yeah, so like this is the feedback wheel. So normally you can, like you have built something into the hackathons, and normally like it might be, you might have won it or you might have not completed it. I will say like complete it at least for your resume, and like maybe after that like push it onto GitHub and like have a maintained, what to say, a readme file, all the instructions that other people can take it to your local, and maybe like use it, like ask people to contribute, maybe like create some issues, first issues actually, like for the peoples, that it will be easier for the new peoples also to be contribute. And like maybe see like take it the feedback from the people, and whichever is the priority feedback from it, try to implement that in your product, and again like go into that loop. Yeah, so like we'll go phase by phase actually. So let's go into hackathon phase. So normally in hackathons we don't develop the complete thing, we just develop one good feature that will be standing out from other people's. Normally we'll have like all the demo videos for it, and also like some documentations, maybe slides comparing the current market solution versus your solution, and maybe you will publish the code in the GitHub to the peoples. And phase 2 comes the open source actually. So in the open source phase, you have to have the README file actually, like so people can know like how to use your project, and license, like that will give you authenticity. Like so normal whoever is contributing to it, like so you should have a license to it and code of conduct like normally, and contributing.md and like good first issue you should create it for it, and normal like a CI should be there like with the GitHub actions, so like people can integrate that code and like use it. And normal for the discussions you can use either LinkedIn, Discord, or like maybe you can have a like 1-minute video and put it on LinkedIn, and like take the feedbacks from the people, or maybe like this community talks or workshops or things like that. There you can get more ideas towards it. And comes the product phase. So you can pitch like what are the top 3 use cases for your project from your like product actually, and collect the feedback from the peoples, like let it be issues or let it be current challenges you are trying to solve, maybe via form or maybe via the sessions. And normally prioritize like whatever like issues they have faced it, like which needs to shift first, and try to do it accordingly. So this is a like example, like so QuickScan AI like started from like a hackathon project itself, then it went to open source, and now yeah, so this is one project you can see for. Yeah. So yeah, normally like hackathon gives you like ideas and first loop, and like you can grow into open source, and like in the third you can make that product as sustainable actually, and that loop goes on. So common mistakes you can see, like that is killing the projects after things. So normally people are just putting the codes without any proper like file towards it, and there is no license actually. And as I said like earlier, like those Saturday, Sundays, we don't, after that like on Monday, like what we need to do exactly, the peoples are not having any clear roadmap, and like they're just chasing the stars, either creating the value for it, and peoples are like just having dependencies towards it, like rather than like making it for everyone, like so that are the common mistakes people have. And this is the 30 days post hackathon roadmap I have created. So like in week 1, so normally you can have a license and readme file, basically remove all the secrets and create a basic CI, and that is a basic thing. And on week 2 you can make the good first issues and contributing.md and like issue templates, that like even if the first users are there, they are able to contribute to your project. And like again you can create a feedback loop over the third week, and like in the 4th week you can go it live, like you can showcase the project to the peoples actually over the communities you're connected to, maybe like on X, on LinkedIn, that are good platforms I've used. So here is where like all the thing matters actually. So this is how like all the matrices are there, like as in that you can see while you're developing a product actually. So these are the metrics, like how much first time contributors are coming, how much actively monthly users are coming to your project actually, what is the retention count over your product, like what is the test coverage like from your like coding perspective, like how much sponsors you're getting. And yeah, so normally grants and sponsorships, so there are like Yukti things and GitHub sponsorships you'll get. And yeah, and normal from visibility and influence, you can get it from any of the social media. So this is where like so this is the thing you should do, all these 3 things, to that your next open source project shouldn't die. So basically you should create a 30 days or 60 days roadmap, and you should, after that you should create a first community call out over it. So you can connect me on LinkedIn if you want. So that's me. You can, yeah, for hackathons, TAC and system design. So yeah, that's all. Thank you. Any questions, guys? Yeah. Okay. So normally, like as I said, like uh, maybe you can get it after like you have completed the open source, right? You can pitch it to your communities, and from that you can get the user actually. Like maybe you can give like your app, whatever you have developed, like maybe you can give it to the peoples whom you are pitching to. They might use it, and that is how you can get the feedback towards it.
Okay, so you mean to say that the first users are usually a grunt work to do?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, that is the best way actually, like that you can validate your ideas, and yeah. Or maybe over LinkedIn also you can have it. So yeah. Thanks for adding it. Yeah.
Okay. There seems to be a little bit of, oh, again, thank you so much, Yash. It's been a very good friend in developer connections. So there seems to be a little bit of issues. So we'll wait for 5 minutes. Okay, I'm here for interaction. Unfortunately, you will be facing my face for a little while because the next speaker was supposed to show up is not yet here. Okay. Oh, you're here? We've been looking for you. Okay. Awesome. Sorry, I didn't notice you there, but okay. So, you should know something. I am actually your alumni. So, he's from Wales University. Fun fact that even he didn't know about, but yeah. Nobody cares. So, he's going to talk about, you've all used templates for your projects, right? Most of you would have used any sort of templates, those who are not into coding business right at the beginning. And something similar to templates is what we call a scaffolding, which has all the basic instructions and everything that your code base needs to kick off something, all right? So Joe here has built something, some sort of a scaffold which encapsulates into the web space, all right? Of course, I wouldn't know much about it, but we'll have Joe here to talk more about it. So without any further ado, give a big round of applause for Joe here, please.
This one. Yeah.
We'll have the connections made.
Yeah.
The HDMI, please.
This one. Okay, what about this?
Do you have HDMI port?
Yeah, I have it. Hi guys. Can I get a hi? Hi. Hi. Hello. I need some noise. It's very lazy. This room is full of laziness, I guess. Wait a second. Laptop is, my laptop is too big to handle. You can see. My friends call my laptop as TV because it's so big and still it is loading. Yeah. Why guys don't? Bro, I'm making some comedy. Laugh. Okay. Okay. Fine. So I'm Joe Salaster. So I'm currently pursuing BTech. So I'm a second year student. So at Wales University. So about me, I love coding, and apart from coding, I love building. I love building my own products. So I have built 10 plus projects past 6 months. So today I'm going to talk about Celtrix. So Celtrix is actually a CLI tool that helps developers to set up projects so faster. So let me give an intro about my journey. So I love building. So it was 2025 April where I was planning for my capstone project. So I wanted to build some social network kind of app, but my mom insisted me to do a website for my dad. My dad is doing a business. He's actually a customs clearance agent. He actually doing a freight forwarding business. So he actually helps the companies who are exporting the machines from India to any Middle East companies, anything else. So he actually handles the paperwork between the import and export. So my mom wanted to build a website for him. So I got the feedback, I got the idea, and so I want to build the product. So I started building. So it's called Interfreight. So this product was completely for my dad. So I did it and shown it to my mom. My mom said she was so happy. I saw the happiness in her eyes. So that incident made me to build more. So I started building more projects rather than learning and looking into tutorials and coding. I started building projects. So this is about me. So basically, I love building. So let's dive into this first slide. From a Rapido ride to real product. And interesting thing about Celtrix is, so I got this idea when I was traveling in Rapido. So wait a second. See, actually I'm a musician. So I'm a pianist in college. So I used to play keyboard. I got a chance to get into an on the streets band of Chennai. So I got a chance to play at a predominant place. I was playing keyboard. I was so frustrated because it was full of chaos. People were enjoying my music. And I just finished off and packed up my keyboard and was going on Rapido. And suddenly a wind hit on my face. I was like, bro, what if I create a web app scaffolder to scaffold front end and back end? It was like, it was completely random. I was playing keyboard and suddenly took a Rapido ride and suddenly got a product idea. So it was completely random for me. And I got that idea. I was so frustrated, but I committed myself to do it. I got thoughts like, should I do it? What if there is a competitor who is doing better than me? Should I do this project? Why don't I just keep looking at tutorials? I ignored all that. I got into hostel, changed my dress, started asking ChatGPT, bro, I want to do this product. Just give me the materials I want to learn. I want to research about what are the things I want to learn in order to build this. It gave me many dependencies to learn about in JavaScript. I researched about Node.js. I researched more about JavaScript. And I gone deeper into dependencies and learned about child process, file system, many things. And finally, at the midnight of 1 a.m., I started coding with the help of ChatGPT, not on my own. With the help of ChatGPT, I got the code. And finally, I did a minimal prototype that scaffolds MERN projects. Is there any web developer here? Anyone? Yeah, many people. So first, I created a scaffolder for MERN stack projects. So it actually lets you to set up front-end, back-end database, configure your the ESLint dependencies, everything with one command. So that was the first prototype I did. So this is the journey of Celtrix birth. It was August 29. That is the birthday of Celtrix. Okay. Next. It's like, once I built the product, I didn't get any idea of what name I'm going to keep. And I told to my friend, I published in my class, and my friends were like, hey, it's a good idea, man, I'll do it. I'll use it. I'll definitely use it. And one of my friends said, I said, bro, what if I name my project as my name? My name is Joe Celaster, so I named my project as Celaster. And he was like, bro, seriously? He was like, bro, are you trying to become that bald guy who created Linux? I was like, yeah, bro, literally, I wanna become like Linus. And people, like, he literally, his face was like this. He was, bro, you are going to keep your name as your product name. Why you wanna do that? And finally, I actually published my name, Celaster. I actually published the product, that NPM package with my name. But when it comes to community, it doesn't look good. So I archived that NPM package and finally renamed it as Celtrix. So now the project's name is Celtrix. So okay, let's dive into Celtrix, what it does. Okay, first, let me say the pain points. So the problem we are ignoring in web development. First one, time. So let's say someone is going to Hackathon and want a product. Let's take it. It may be in any, for example, it may be a Angular project. It may be a Vue.js. You are on Stack, but you're new to Vue.js. But you want to set up the project in local first, right? You need to create a repo and you need to do it. You want to set up the project first. It will definitely take you, I can guarantee you, can definitely take it 20 to 30 minutes if you're new to it. 20 to 30 minutes to research and set up it. So we waste time there. Second thing, repetition. Doing the thing again and again doesn't actually, it's not good. That's why AI came here. Also, AI came to automate your things, just like Celtrix came for web development. You don't need to set up your front and back end database again and again. You don't want to do it. So with one command, you can set up your whole configuration. Like you can configure your whole web application. And the third thing is frustration. This actually makes chaos. You get frustrated. Hey, I want to research on this stack, how to set up, go to docs, copy this command, paste it, create React app, create next app, create Vue, many things. And for backend, you need to decide what FOSS API, okay, Express. I need to set up these things. You need to research on it. So this creates frustration, and the fourth point is delayed shipment. This actually delay your shipment. You want to ship the feature, but if the setuping your projects make you delay the shipment. So your goal is to ship the project, not to spend time on configuring your project. So these are the 4 problems we are keep ignoring. And let's see how Celtrix solve this. One command, full project. So NPM is, Celtrix is actually NPM package. So it's basically a CLI tool. Helps you to set up web application with one command. So you can install via npx, answer only 4 prompts, start building. That's it. You can start shipping your project, and you can just go on coding. You don't want to waste time on configuring your project. Okay. You can see this difference, the traditional setup versus the Celtrix way. Usually, if you are starting with some MVP, you want to create some MVP, you usually init, install 20 plus dependencies, create folders, routes, controllers, models. You want to create server.js, write the code, copy code from ChatGPT, from docs, chaos, completely chaos. You need to do all those things. You will literally spend 20 to 30 minutes on this. But when it comes to Celtrix, you can just put npx Celtrix, answer a few prompts, code and ship. That's it. The math behind Celtrix. Traditional setup, front end, back end, database, linting, install dependencies, setuping Docker, and more. You will spend at least 10 to 20 minutes of setting your project. But when it comes to Celtrix, you can just answer 4 prompts. You can set up your project within 1 minute. So this is the math behind Celtrix. Let me go to the next slide. The cheeseburger analogy. Hey, what happened to the PPT? Yep. Okay. Think of your web application like a burger. Think of your first bun as front end, your patty, that chicken piece, as backend, your cheese as a database, the sauces as APIs, the mayonnaise as APIs, packaging it as dockering it, containerizing it, and the kitchen is the environment. So this is how create a burger. So this is how we create web applications. Let me ask one person. What's your name? Kabilan. Okay. Let's take Kabilan is starving. He wants to eat burger. What will you do? You'll order. You'll order the burger. See guys, he will order the burger. He will not make the burger by himself, go to the kitchen, take the bun, heat it, compress the patty, and take the cheese, put it in the oven, wait for 10 minutes. That doesn't happen. He just go to order. So that's how it works. Celtrix is about ordering. See, Celtrix is the McDonald's of web application setup. You can just go to McDonald's, hey, I need a medium cheeseburger, give it to me. Just pay the cash, get it. Just like in web application, go to Celtrix, tell what kind of project you want, configure it, start building. That's it. You don't want to cook your burger in your kitchen. So that's the problem we are solving right now. Okay, this is how Celtrix works. So you can see the prompt here. First, you need to create you need to enter your project name, choose your stack, choose your language. You need to choose your package manager, maybe NPM or Bun. You can actually choose your runtime environment. And finally, we ask whether you want to install dependencies. Yes or no. If you want, we will install the dependencies for you. If no, that's it. You got your project configured, and that's it. Let me go through a demo on how to do it. Yeah, you guys can see it, right? What? Is it okay now? Guys, please speak, guys. Okay? Fine? Okay, can I get a thumbs up, please? Okay. So first, I'm going to create I'm going to create a MERN stack project. I'm going to npx Celtrix. Yeah, it came. I'm going to create a hackathon MVP, okay? So what I'm going to do is, hey, I'm going to create a hackathon MVP. So it will ask what stack you want to get the project, like what kind of web application you want to build. You can choose MERN, Mean, and Vue.js. Let me choose MERN. You can choose your language, JavaScript or TypeScript. Yeah, I'll use Bun. So do you want to install dependencies? Yes, I want. So finally, you can see it will do all the steps you want to do. Like, you don't want to spend time on this. It will do automatically. It will automate your dependency installation. You can see here. Let's wait for some time. So it's now installing the backend dependencies. Yeah, got it. So finally, you can see the hackathon MVP is actually set up. You can see the client server. This is the front-end project folder, and this is the backend. You can see it. You don't need to configure on your own. Just got it in few seconds, under a minute. Now, it happened. Okay. Okay. So you can see the project got scaffolded. Now your whole thing is to just run it. So I'm just gonna copy this, paste it here. Wait a second. I'll just cd client. I just do run Dave. Now you can see your project is running. You don't need to set up a web application from scratch. Within seconds, you can set it up. So this is how you also got the Docker file. You can containerize your whole application with this. Just just create an image, pull it, use it. So you got your whole production ready app within 1 minute. So this is the, I have just demonstrated how you're gonna do it. And let's dive into the PPT now. Okay. Not again. Excuse me, this. Yeah, hello. Okay. Fine. So, got it. This one. So why developers love it? So developers actually love it because of the speed. You can set up projects within seconds. Simplicity. You don't need to know much about. You don't have to be a prodigy on web development. You can just answer few prompts and just set up. Consistency. Every structure is production ready. You don't need to change anything. And beginner friendly. Even beginner MERN stack developer can do it. So he can use it. So that's why developers love it. And where's Celtrix right now? So currently Celtrix support 9+ stacks. So MERN, Vue.js plus MongoDB Express and Angular and React plus Firebase plus Tailwind, Hono setup. So we have only predominant stacks that developers use. And second one is FOSS scaffolding. It's very faster. It's very faster than you think. So you don't want to spend 20 minutes on setting up, just do it within seconds. Community recognition, we got 150+ stars on GitHub, got 60+ folks, and we have a dedicated Discord server where we have 80+ developers who are active in developing Celtrix. So this is the current state of Celtrix. So we got recognized by one of the world's most largest open source community called GitHub Projects Community on Twitter. So it literally got 10K views within 2 days of post. And it also got published in threads. So this actually proves that Celtrix is trustable. And we got a big developer option, and we got the community engagement, and we got recognized by one of the world's most biggest communities. And so you can trust Celtrix. So next one will be future implementations. So currently, you can just scaffold the stacks. So Celtrix is lacking flexibility right now. So that's one of the main con that we have in Celtrix. You can see there is no flexibility. You can't choose front-end, back-end, database separately. You can just choose a stack for right now. So in future, we are planning to increase the flexibility. Second part, GitHub integrations. So many of the people feel, usually if you want to do a project, you go to GitHub, create a new repository, add README, come to local, clone it, track it. This is not happening. In future implementation, we are going to automate that thing. You can just answer, you want to create a GitHub repository. If you give yes, we automatically create the repository, we automatically clone it, we automatically track it. You don't need to create a repository again and again. And third one, currently it is so faster, but we need to make it more faster. So, and wider adoption. I want to market this product. I want many developers need to know about it. I need to save the precious time of developers. They need to focus only on shipping. I don't want them to waste time on setting up projects. So I came here to tell all you developers about Celtrix. You can use it. And this is the future plan for Celtrix I have. And join the build. So you can find Celtrix. So please start the repo. You can fork it, contribute to it. There are many beginner-friendly issues. You can solve those issues, make your own PR. You can contribute. You join our Discord server. We can chat there. We already got 80+ developers working on it. So let's do together. And finally, this is about me. So I'm currently maintaining Celtrix. So we got popular in Hacktoberfest, which happened in October. So we literally gained more developers in Hacktoberfest. So we're still working on it. I'm still maintaining it. So I love building. I love coding. So this is me, and you can connect with me in this domain. You can just search celester.me. Just you can search, and this is the website for Celtrix, celtrix.tech. You can go to the website, get started with it, contribute. Please do start the repo, and that's it. Thanks. Any questions? No questions? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What is the possibility of bringing Spring in it? Spring with
Boot.
React.
Spring Boot.
Yeah, Spring
Java.
Boot with React.
Yeah, we can do it. You can contribute to it. We're open for contribution. You can just make a issue. Hey, I need a Spring Boot, man. Just add it in Celtic. You can make an issue in our repo. And if it is viable, I'll definitely look into it. And you can make a PR. You can contribute. We can add it. Okay. Let me show my repository. You guys note the domain name, please, celtrix.tech. So this is the website. So this is our repo. So we have 150 plus stars right now. So we are still maintaining it. So this is our README, you can see. So if you want to support Celtrix, you can just buy me a coffee, please. And we are looking for sponsors, people who are people who love to sponsor for open source project. Please help us, because we are doing it for free for developers. So we are looking for sponsors, and we are looking for great developers like you people. So you can see, and so our future ambition is to make Celtrix more wider. We need to make this. We need to make we need to make it known to all the developers. So that's what we are trying to do. And let me show the Celtrix website. So this is our website. So currently you can see what are the stacks here. These are the current stacks we are supporting right now. So that's it. You can find us here. You can find the LinkedIn page of Celtrix, our server, our GitHub, and we can mail it, mail to us. So that's it. Thanks. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
So now, finally, the moment that you've all been waiting for. And fun fact, we've actually managed to overcome the timing issues. This is almost like Indian Railways. We were running 30 to 40 minutes late, but 2 o'clock was supposed to be the lunch. And now it's 1:45 and we are in perfect lunchtime. So thank you so much for being in a wonderful audience. Have your amazing lunch. The AC is full on, and then just come back and then rest a bit. But don't sleep off, because we have many more amazing sessions right here post lunch. So be energetic, and if not me, the other host will see you again. Thank you so much. Please go for lunch.
Okay. Hi guys. Good afternoon or good evening. It should be better. Huh? Evening, Still 3, man. So everyone had your lunch? See, like, ella thiruppi solunga good evening or good afternoon something. இன்னும் கோரஸா இதுக்கப்புறம் பேனல் டிஸ்கஷன் இருக்கியா? அது இன்னும் போரிங்காக இருக்கும். அதுக்கு என்ன பண்ண போகிறீங்க? நோ offense. Just to entertain them, okay? So sorry, it will be useful. So yeah. So let's welcome Ram Prakash Singaravel. So he's going to take a session on designing an open source software and a hardware platform for Industry 5.0. So yeah, please welcome, sir. Everyone, please.
Anybody? Yeah, very good. Apache Kafka, you heard about data streaming. Okay, very good. Any other tools apart from Apache? So it's trending now. So the first one is called WebArts. It's going to be a robot simulation. It's going to be a 100% robot simulation from WebArts. It's an open source and multi-platform application to simulate robots. The simulate robots, it's going to be a practical one, and you can go to this website. So I'll show something. So we can integrate some robotics, a real world robotics for performance simulation. You can able to do that. There are two types of implementation here is there. One is going to be a animation and another is going to be a simulation. The two things can be, you can directly integrate it using this WebArts, and it's going to be a standard library file which you can move the robots, and we have lot of variety of use cases are there. There are more than 1,000 use cases are there. So based on that, you can do some simulation or you can do some animation using these robots. And it's going to be a practical one. You can do it. And we can directly import from OpenStreetMaps and Blender. So you heard about the Blender 3D models, and you can directly integrate this one from Blender and OpenStreetMaps. So it can save the time for the deployment of robotics project. And this is going to be deployed in the Debian operating systems. And you can go to the cyberrobotics.com. And you can download this one, and it's going to be minimum size. It's going to be for 166 MB size, only the size. You can download and you can directly integrate this simulation and do the animations also. You can add the animation here also, and you can add the simulation also. You can add some animation. You can upload some WebArts file, and you can give some scenes. You can import some 2D scene or 3D scenes, and you can give some thumbnail and some texture files. You can add it, and it can give some animations. And if you want the simulation, you can directly put your GitHub directory. So if you have some existing coding, you can directly integrate with this GitHub, and you can directly, you can able to do the simulation. And this is some practical of WebArts Cloud. So in cloud also, you can able to integrate this. It's going to be open source robot simulator. So I have shown some small example. So you refer this website, cyberrobotics.com, and you can find out. So the next one is going to be a data analytics tool, which is going to be named. So it's going to be a very good tool. And for data analytics, like from basics of how you can import some Excel sheet or CSV file from Excel sheet or a CSV file to the maximum of your LLM. All those things will be just plug and play. So you can download. It's going to be a free and open source, low code, no code software that just you can plug and play, that allow that anyone can be, irrespective of experience, they can make the sense of the data. So it's going to be a non-technical user adoption. It's a very, very important word. You can make a note of it. And it can be easy drag and drop flow interface, which can enable the workers to develop the model. And this is the model. You can download this software at free of cost. So these are the use cases. Left side, you can see a lot of use cases are there. So you just you can drag and play. Just you can plug and play. That's all. So you can drag it and just give this play button. You will get some solutions. For all data analytics, you can generate a data visualization also. A lot of data visualization also, it will be generated. Variety of graphs also you can able to generate. And you can implement the LLMs also. So mostly recently they have added the LLMs. So you can add any LLM, like you can add Codex and Cloud Code, any type of LLM, Gemini, anything you can able to add it, and you can able to do the, you can do the data analytics. A small example here. I have added some data workflow and I have generated some graphs. So this is going to be another IoT platform. It's going to be a very good tool. It's going to be IoT device management platform. It's going to be 100% free and open source for the manufacturers and integrators. So we can easily able to deploy it, and we can able to find out in the industry IoT, agriculture, energy sector, or building management, or smarter city. So we can deploy this IoT using some protocol. This is going to be message queuing telemetry transport protocol. You heard about frequently, like how we can integrate some, Arduino IoT or ESP32, anything, how we can able to integrate two from our system to the, how this data management can be passed through this MQTT protocol and for HTTP and some cloud platform to integrate to do the simulation and visualization. So it's going to be a very good tool. So just go to an open remote website, directly you can integrate. So it's going to be a cloud platform and demo session also there. So you can able to create this 100% open source platform for the manufacturers and integrate it. For the manufacturer, it can be useful, or if you want to integrate it also, it can be useful. So I have developed some smart city application, so which can be integrated using the OpenStreetMap, and you can find out something, suppose how your city you have to develop. So all those things are there, futures also there. There is no coding, so you can integrate it directly. That is another beauty of this open remote. It's going to be a pure IoT platform. So Kafka, so it's going to be a very good data streaming platform. I hope many of them know about this. So like it's going to be an event stimulating platform to designate the high throughput with the real-time data feeds. So we have some pipelines to create this, and it can be a publish subscribe channel. Like I had said, no, MQTT protocol, like that same methodology has followed. It's going to be a publish subscriber channel like YouTube, how we can publish, how we can subscribe. The same model it has also, and it has the producers to send the data in the terms of topics to which receive and recorded or stored. And the consumer subscribe these topics and process the data in real time. So these are some installation steps. I don't want to expand this installation. You can, so this is the installation using the Debian. So you can download using Apache, and you can activate the Zookeep server, which can run some port number of 5181 something. And you can start the server, and you can create the test topic, some test topic you can give. So it will be connected in the local host of 9092, and it will be given the output. So in the Kafka, localhost server, you can send some topic message. So in the the same port, you can receive the messages in the console of consumer with from the in the topic of test topic. So I'm using the Bootstrap server to connecting the my server to the client. So I'm using Zookeeper. So meanwhile the Kafka is activated. So the three window in one place. So Kafka manager to manage the activity of between the Zookeeper and Kafka. And last one, but not the least, is going to be ThingsBoard. It's going to be another open source IoT platform for now modern the technological era. It's going to be another very good platform. So the smart agriculture, like we have some factor in the agriculture, the productivity of crop will be affecting some humidity factor, temperature, or soil erosion, something. So so this can be ThingsBoard. It's going to be another open source IoT platform which we can collect the data and which can process the data to do the visualization with the device management. So the energy management also I have taken here, and there's going to be some demo like how you can place this what is it, the productivity of the crop in a single data visualization, and you can see the how this temperature level of your field like agriculture land, and you can see the crop level, the productivity of crop level, and any issues that can be activated through this alarm which tells the productivity of your crop status. So these are the very good other IoT agriculture, and so we have lot of are there, but trending of this only 5 I had listed. So if anything we can add, we can also add it. So that must be a free and open source one. That's all about my presentation. If you have any doubts, you can ask, please. Any doubts? No. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram Prakash, for your wonderful session. So everyone still have energy in their body? Please raise your hands and the next session. You are going to, you have the panel discussion. Yeah. If you don't have energy, then even they don't have. You should bring it. So you guys have the power to bring it back. So, okay. So we'll go for next session, panel discussion. So it will be taken care by Rambo. Stage.
Check. All right. The main question I have before the session starts is to the panelists. Are you guys having the energy for the next session? I know Rahul has the energy because I saw him like sleep mode wear like that, and he just slatted in down there. Rahul, are you ready? Do I have energy from you? Yes? The yes was a very, like, it was not a resounding yes. I need a yes. That sounds like a threat to me, but okay, I'll take the yes. How about you guys here? Are you guys, okay, listen. If you guys give me one last shot of energy, this is the last session for this hall. So we're going to have a very interactive and fun session. It's going to be a panel talk, a lot of Q&As coming in. So are you guys ready? Yes? SRM விட மோசம் நான் சொல்றேன் SRM படிச்ச SRM விட மோசமான crowd இது. Yes or no? Yes? Not for the SRM part, but for the part where we say that this crowd is going to be fun for the last. SRM bro நீங்க ரெண்டு பேரு. SRM bro ரெண்டு பேர் SRM SRM bro. சிரிக்கிறதே தெரியுதா? Sure. நானும் கவலைப்படுங்க என்ன பண்றது? ராமபுரம், but don't worry. All right. So one last shout. Yes? Yeah. நம்ம ஆளுங்க கத்த கூடாது. No volunteers. Only the crowd. Okay, you will go for row by row. The last few sets. Yes? Perfect. Last na and the last two rows. Now we'll come to you, ma'am. That row, yes or no? மரச்சாலும் சொல்லி ஆகணும். Yes or no? Yes? Yes. MLM company மாதிரி பேச வைக்கிறீங்க என்ன இதுக்கு மேலே தாங்க முடியுதுனால. All right. Perfect. So we got the stage set up and we have the mics ready. Panelists, can you have you on stage? So for this panel talk, it's going to be about the future of FOSS, SWEs and technical education. We have Vinay Kumar, Ansh Arora, Sai Rahul, Bhavan Prabhakaran, and Kastub Mishra on stage. A huge round of applause for them, guys. So it's going to be a last session for the day. So it's going to be quite interactive as well. If you do have a question, please raise your hand. We'll try to get you a mic, and you can use the mic to ask the questions. Okay? All done. SRM mode patch. Okay? Okay. Panel guys, it's over to you. And I'll give you this extra mic as well, Ansh, if you want to sit down. It's fine? All right.
We need to minimize. Oh, I locked it. Hello. Yes, thank you. So broadly, we've been having conversations similar to these at basically every event we've done over the last few months or so. AI, LLMs, even in the conference, you would be noticing the theme. There are some very significant changes happening in open source, in software engineering as a domain, and industry trends that we are seeing with respect to hiring and all of that. The idea is, again, the idea of the panel is because there is a lot of confusion, nobody really has clear answers, so don't expect answers out of the panel. But the idea is we want to create that room for discussion so that we can have these uncomfortable conversations, especially for students, help them understand what the future is like, small meaningful changes they can make to sort of learn in different ways, learn different sorts of things. How many computer science people here? People who are studying CSC? Okay. How many engineering students here? All sorts of domains? CS people also, keep your hands up. Who else is here? Non-engineering domains? 2, 3. Oh, this. What do you all do? Shout it out. It's fine. Statistics. Oh, very cool. Nice. Cool. We'll start with introductions. We have a diverse panel here. We have Bhavarna here. She works as an engineering lead at Frappe. Frappe is the publisher of ERP Next, which is one of the most popular Indian open source projects. It's an open source ERP system. We have Vinay here, who is the AVP of Tech at Zerodha. Zerodha, of course, is India's largest stockbroker. Zerodha is also one of the very important supporters of FOSS in India. We have Kaustubh here. Kaustubh works at Samagata Foundation. He brings in a lot of interesting expertise here. He's working at the intersection of policy, arts, climate science. And lastly, we have Rahul. Rahul is the CEO of FOSS United Foundation. We are a non-profit. I also work at FOSS United Foundation. We are a non-profit organization trying to strengthen the free and open source software ecosystem in India. With that, we'll start. So all of you come from very different sort of worlds. Bhavarna has been a full-time open source contributor for a very long time. You're now working in an open source company as well. Vinay is coming in from a more industrial setting, so to speak, but still with a lot of experience into the open source ecosystem. Kaustubh comes in from a very non-technical background. Also Rahul, but Rahul is also working at the intersection of communities, policy in some sense, education. So in 1 or 2 sentences, in all of your worlds, what is the one thing that AI has changed over the last 3 or 6 months that you have seen? We can start from Rahul. No.
I'll talk about a recent experience. The lightning talk that happened right after mine, where someone was talking about hack to project, that for me is a very significant thing. Like in hackathons, for example, building a project has become the easy part because you just go and ask ChatGPT or like some other AI machine, build this application for me, and it just spits the code out for you. So like writing code now is relatively in some ways the easy part. But then even when all of those projects that like I looked at, most of the projects for FOSS Hack 2026, for example, so many of them had an interesting problem definition that they wanted to work on, but then so few of them were able to arrive at a meaningful problem solution. So figuring out what the problem even is in the first place, and then figuring out whether the solution that you have come up with is a meaningful solution for that problem is becoming a more and more important skill, especially with generative AI and AI-assisted coding.
I'd continue what Rahul said. Coming from the social sector, I think the biggest change that I'm noticing now is that people who have been working on bigger, more complicated problems that require a lot of coordination between different people, and that method of coordination, which is generally has come from a tech layer, the tech layer being a very simple artifact, whether it is collecting data and putting it out there as a single database, or being able to gather real-time data and convert it into a very simple, just insights for anything. It's become very easy. In fact, 2 weeks back, we did a workshop along with Tech for Good community in Bangalore, in which 40 non-profits, social sector and adjacent organizations participated. They were all able to build an artifact for their problems within, 3-4 hours working together. This I think is quite incredible, because we've not seen this level of capability that has now become very easily accessible through a technology.
AI, ML, I mean, I'm like a doomsday scenario, or the, I mean, view point of view, personal point of view, not really. I mean, I'm not representing Zerodha, I think. So, software development in its traditional form is dead. That's my view now. Software cannot be built the way it was built, say, last year, I think. So, fortunately or unfortunately, we are stuck in this transition phase in this year, 2026, whoever is working on software development, we are stuck in this transition phase where there's going to be a tectonic shift in the way software is going to develop. We don't know how it will end up, but a lot of experiments happening. Some things look very exciting, some things are confusing, especially for students, because AI seems to be writing the best code that we might never be able to write. But so what is our role? Yes, our role is important, but what is it is still we are figuring out. So in the learning phase, how to, when you're learning anything new, how to identify yourself in this whole ecosystem, and yeah, how to transition to this new system. That's the challenge and everyone is facing. That's what I see.
Hello everyone. So I agree with most of these points. I thought I can tell with some real-time examples and scenarios that I experienced. So in some of the projects that I have worked, we are seeing a very big volume of pull requests coming in, mostly vibe-coded. Many of them are AI slop, and maintainers are facing a burnout on figuring out what is what, why they are raising pull requests in the first place. And people are struggling, like at least in some of the projects that I'm actively looking into, it was happening. And the acceleration of idea to product has been very faster. Like I see many of my non-tech friends who are an expert in a different domain building POC in very quickly. Like they were able to, like previously they will just articulate what they want, but now they are able to show a working POC on how they want to do, like how it actually has to look, which is actually a very great thing. And there is also the other side, the negative side. So the other day, I had my husband who is a business analyst. He was working on debugging some data. So he was almost in the office for overnight, and they were debugging, and part of his team was working in US. So many of the data they were not able to relate to why this data is very weird. And then they figured out later that the other team member actually generated the data using LLM. So they were actually not even working on the real data to figure out the pattern, which is like something that is not very great. And there is another part of, last week I went to a community meetup where I was mentoring few students on a vibe coding tool, AWS Cairo. So the intention of that particular meetup is to introduce the students to the vibe coding tool and also get ideas into product phase, like create a confidence so that they can see some product alive. What happened is something that was very heartbreaking for me, because most of the students who participated, they asked the LLM what a student can build. So it gave some top 5 products that the student, it will be useful for the student, and they ended up building that. We are not using AI as tool, especially the young professionals who are coming in. They are using AI as a part of the brain. So this is really something that I'm afraid, because most of the critical thinking, I think we are slowly, without our knowledge, we are shifting to a tool which may or may not be actually helpful. So we are actually being misled, but we also have to have more awareness when using LLMs.
We'll come back to this, but I'll also want people to sort of sit with this idea and think about it for some time. But meanwhile, maybe Vinay, Zerodha is sort of, you could say, famously deliberate with, technical decisions hiring and all of those things, right? It's one of those companies that is known for not moving fast and breaking things. So in that sense, how has the engineering culture changed inside the team? Has everyone sort of embraced these tools, and what does it look like now?
Everyone is not sold yet on the idea, but more than 50% of the team is actively using agentic assistance for coding. And
If you could also explain what is agentic coding.
so yeah, agentic coding is where like when you compare to say ChatGPT, the website where you ask a question and get an answer. Agentic coding or agentic usage of AI is where you have the coding, the AI agent installed on your system. It has access to your computer, or you can grant access to the computer, and it can execute the tasks instead of telling you what to do. Like say, for example, how to build a dashboard using this or this, how to build, that is the question you would ask, and look at the answer, maybe generate some code snippets, and then copy paste in an editor and build. That is the normal chat interface. But in agentic code, yes, you'll ask the questions in a terminal or some UI, but the code gets generated, and it also helps you execute and debug, and then iteration. All the iteration happens. So that's the difference. And so, yeah, more than 50% of the team has moved to this agentic coding. And of this, so for past 3-4 months, around close to 90% of the code that this team has written is all AI generated. We are not really handwritten the code. And that has been, and we have got very good results. That's why it's still continuing. And we've been able to build more and more things, and this one. But yeah, but again, all these are very experienced engineers. Like the average experience is around 7 to 8 years of experience. So critical design decisions or say architectural decisions are still made by this one. But all the code, usually the boilerplate code or even debugging, optimization, that has accelerated like 100x compared to manually doing it. So that's the current state there.
Bhavanna, anything to add on here? How have Frappe also gets a lot of community contributions, but how have things specifically changed internally within the team?
Like we are not yet sold on AI completely, but still people use AI. As it is like purely open source, we see a lot of issues raised using AI, but which has like people also raise the pull request by AI, but still the maintenance some human has to go and review the code, which is shift to the maintenance, but not the other side. So that's how we are seeing like the volume of the pull request and even the volume of security related issues actually has gone very high, is what we are noticing.
Kaustubh and Rahul, maybe, because just from a non-technical angle, because you all have some experience in the social sector, and also Kaustubh specifically, you're working at the intersection of other domains, climate, art, policy. So is this mostly a technical ecosystem echo chamber, or are things getting adopted, or is there some hype in these other sectors as well?
In the non-technical space, I think there is a lot more hype. I'll explain why. I think in general, what both of you mentioned, like people who have some experience with tech can still apply some kind of critical thinking to the tools that are providing you with this capability, and you are able to use it with some sort of deliberation. Like you mentioned, not everyone is still yet sold on using AI for their work. But majorly from people who have been working on bigger problems. By bigger problems, I mean problems that are still not able to be in a straightforward solution, like a problem solution outcome, but problems that still require more breaking down into smaller problems to be able to understand. That part of problem articulation is seeing an incredible amount of adoption. For example, one thing that we've seen quite a bit come out of various parts of rural India is this idea that especially within agriculture, insurance tech has been able to map who's the actual owner of the land versus who's the person who's responsible for cropping on the land and who owns the produce and who has to sell it and then make money from it. They've been able to gather this data and for at not very large scale but within localized scales, a more accurate data. So this has been able to provide a more accurate picture of the problem that is to be solved. Like creating a insurance solution for that or a product or a bundle of insurances is a different thing. But at least we're moving, definitely I can see people moving towards a more truer articulation of bigger social problems using this.
Yeah, no, I can just like add a couple of more things over there. My wife is a conservation scientist. She still needs to write some amount of code, primarily in R, to be able to do data analysis and stuff. And she talks about how, one, she is able to write a lot more code using some of these solutions. But there again, because like after 6 years of her having to figure things out, she ends up using it in a certain way versus first year like PhD students or even undergrad students who need to do some amount of these data analysis. They have no understanding of what this data analysis method even is. They just blindly go and ask the thing, hey, generate code for me, like to be able to do this, and then they just like take that and then run it on their local machine. So the same sort of fundamental problems of like people who understand what the code needs to do are able to move much faster versus people like who have no fundamental understanding whatsoever are just blindly taking whatever is coming. The interesting thing that I'm seeing in the policy space, for example, is there are so many people building policy dashboards and other sorts of policy solutions. For example, there are people saying, oh, look, I just want to, it's voting season right now. So people are taking data for the various different like MLAs, MPs, etc., and then they're creating dashboards to be able to show, hey, what was the attendance of this person in the local and the central like bodies, and how much money did they actually end up using, what all stuff did they do, etc., etc. So those things now all of a sudden are much easier to do. You don't have to worry about, do I know how to code these things or not? You're just able to ask an AI assistant to be able to write some of this code up, as long as you know what sort of data to look for or what sort of things to understand from the data that exists. Like show me a dashboard for trees in Chennai and then like the density of trees across various different parts of Chennai, etc., etc., etc. So lots of people who are using it, lots of people able to like work on meaningful problems using some of these things. But there again, like running into similar sorts of issues of data hallucinations and code hallucinations, because like, yes, you have a great understanding of the problem, but then you don't have the understanding of the code to be able to evaluate, is this like doing the right thing or not?
Yeah. We'll maybe take this to a more depressing sort of scenario, like Vinay told. So, a lot of studies, case studies, reports have been coming out around, is cognition going down because of AI? Is it not? Is it just a tool, or are things going to change significantly? But one very concrete trend that we are now noticing is this thing called the junior developer crisis, where nobody wants to hire a junior developer because their job is much more easier to automate. But if you don't hire juniors, how do you get seniors, right, at some point 5 years down the line? So maybe Vinay, we can start with you. Are you with hiring specifically, have things changed at Zerodha? And Bhavanna, maybe you also think about it. I'll come to you.
At Zerodha, hiring has always been very less. Like we have probably hired 5 people in last 5-6 years. So the team is also small, so I can't really tell about the patterns. But I've seen these patterns where
if you could also share insights on non-tech hiring, maybe.
on non-tech, yes, definitely. Especially in Zerodha, support is one of the largest teams. We had 600 plus people who assist customers on calls, email tickets and everything. And there we have seen huge improvements. I mean, tech-wise, we are enabling the support teams with better tools and to assist the customers and all. But yeah, though this In terms of hiring has stopped completely there because the team is equipped with better tools now, and we're able to service all the customers with the existing team, and even the workload is also going low and low. We are also experimenting on building tools that can solve these tickets by themselves and only get vetted by support teams. So yeah, so their hiring has stopped, and even the existing teams are asked to upskill and take up more diverse responsibilities rather than stick to one, be a multi-skilled person. So that's what is happening. I think that's what applies to everything now. It's not a specialists market, so we have to be a generalist, try to be skilled in as many things as possible related to the domain you're working in. So hiring is definitely down, and existing people are also being forced to upskill, not by forced by the company, but self imposed all this self-imposed pressure to upskill. So that is happening.
Because you mentioned productivity sort of is increasing and workload in general is going down, what do people do with the free time? Are they working overtime to just because it's easier to build more things, or side projects, personal projects?
No, they are learning. So there are different specialities, specializations in broking business, right? So there are multiple processes involved. So the person who was doing specialized in one process, say handling escalations in certain process, is now trying to upskill on multiple processes and get the overall picture of all the business processes, so that they can be of more help, because escalations are going down, this is going down. So all the experienced people, that's happening.
Bhavana, anything to add on?
We see a increase in hiring at our site, but especially in domains like design, in marketing, like especially in design, because though AI could generate many design, but still design that actually can help people or increasing the usability is not something that AI is really good at, like UI, UX part, like which feels like not like just a button click, but actually flow of a product could be better narrated by UX people and designers specifically. So we see a trend of hiring in those fields, and even in the engineering side, I think we have a very different, as it is open source, we ask the people to try fixing the issues, see the intention of them fixing the issues, like how they approach a problem rather than how they actually solve the problem. So that again tells a lot of things. Even the hiring process itself has some questionnaire pattern which will help the student, like anybody who applies for the job, to think more. So when you get to know the intent of why they are applying for this job, that also helps them, Frappe team, to decide like how we can hire this person or not. So that's how we see it.
I've also read about this trend, similar trend, where some companies are increasingly hiring. So that is attributed to this new capabilities where you can do more now. So like previously companies were constrained by lack of resources, or say lack of time putting in into ideas, like thousands of ideas but not much time. Now they feel enabled, and they are actually empowered now to do many more things. And again, so that expansion also is happening. So those companies are seeing an uptick in hiring.
What you mentioned about design and hiring increasing, both of you what mentioned, right? Design and also other sorts of aspects around building a product. One thing that we, the FOSS United Foundation around education, have been larping on about now is two things: interdisciplinary learning and computational thinking, right? How do you sort of start using computer science as a tool and not, the entire future of your career trajectory, and what sort, if you can solve problems for other domains starting from your education. Maybe Kaustubh can talk about that, and then we'll go to Rahul.
One thing that I've seen in the coming from the non-tech space is that there is definitely this emergence of the role of a connector, which is a person who can create the sort of vocabulary that is required to communicate between different fields. So, for example, uh, an organization that is working in maternal health and infant mortality in Chhattisgarh, uh, they've been working on the ground trying to figure out what are the causes of infant mortality, what is it because of, what are the structural sort of reasons, like is it the lack of belief of people in modern medicine, is it the lack of proximity to a child care center with adequate facilities, etc. For the longest time, this was a feature of a lot of structural reasons, which is that if you are able to, say, maybe get a person in power who is able to speak to that community, etc., would be able to help. With specifically with AI is a part of it, but recent technical developments have led to people who are able to now be the connectors between the field and policy. So it is now not very like if you were trying to affect policy by trying to create reports and working on building evidence, etc., for 6-7 years in a specialized form, then take it to a MLA, then try to get it instituted in a policy. Now you can hire people who already have critical thinking skills and have them create and build this evidence in a more easier manner instead of trying to get through to some kind of academic authority. So this connector layer emergence is a very, very important part of at least social work that we are seeing. It's people who have adequate amounts of critical thinking, who are able to ground themselves into the context of problems, and who are able to work very well with other people. Definitely at an advantage, and we are seeing, I mean, in these specific cases, we are actually seeing an increase in hiring as well.
I'll push you a little more on that. Specifically for the engineering audience here, what if you have to go towards some sort of interdisciplinary learning model, what are the low-hanging fruits that you as a 3rd or 4th year engineering student can sort of explore?
So, I mean, the easiest way for an engineering, let me take a step back. It really depends on what your trajectory has been so far. I mean, if you're a 3rd or 4th year engineering student and you have been trying to specialize in either a skill or a tool or a particular type of language that you can code in or a particular type of software that you can build, there is still a lot of time for you to immerse yourself into the context of where that software can be used, which can also fall outside of your traditional business or industry cases. For example, if some person has, if you've tried to build maybe a software around being able to collect information from people, like how people are seeing and logging in maybe particular data points, you can apply it to a place. For example, even in this campus, a tree census can be a very useful thing for a person already a 3rd, 4th year engineer to do. And there is avenue for large scale policy application as well. The number of trees here determines the microclimate of this area. It means that I was hearing that this area is likely cooler than other parts of Chennai. As we are increasingly hearing about heat waves and rising urban temperatures, a 3rd or 4th year engineer can very clearly build evidence on how the presence of trees and different types of trees, etc., can contribute to a cooler microclimate. Be able to create a simple software artifact which can point this out directly. So you have a problem, you have evidence, you have data, and you have like an argument now that you can show to people. So immersing yourself into bigger problems than the ones that you can see maybe just in the scope of business or industry, but also within the places that you are occupying, the people that you are working with. This lens is now, developing this lens to me is now the most important thing. How you are able to see the world around you and engage productively and critically with it.
Rahul?
Yeah. So one thing that I wanted to point out in the question is, so far, and even including now, there's a significant amount of focus on learning computer science. And that primarily ends up as oh, you have to learn like X data structures, Y algorithms, etc., etc., etc. And we weren't systematically taught computational thinking. And that is like the much more important thing right now. That has always been the important thing, and that has always been the thing that differentiates like a great engineer from a good engineer. But that is now becoming much, much more important because the data structures and the algorithms can be written by an AI, but the AI isn't exactly like there yet to do computational thinking. Maybe it'll get there. Maybe it'll be able to take larger and larger problems and then break it down by itself. But computational thinking is still something that will inevitably, and that will always remain like a skill that humans can develop and humans can end up applying. And then like bringing that to what Kaustav was saying, so I did my degree in physics, not engineering, like no computer science whatsoever. I failed the first year computer science course and barely passed it in my second year, and stayed away from programming for 4 full years. The reason why I ended up picking it up is to solve problems in a domain that I care about. And then even at the job that I was, we were all people from a science and an engineering background who picked up programming to solve the problems that we care about. Some people working in oil and gas domains, so they ended up building the domain expertise of oil and gas people. Other people building domain expertise in drug development, in drug discovery, in material sciences, in polymer sciences, etc., etc., etc. You build your expertise in a certain domain and you immerse yourself in that context. So your expertise is not your ability to write code. In fact, that was never the thing that differentiated a great engineer from a good engineer. Like as a great engineer, your expertise was always your understanding of the context, what problems need to get solved in that context, and which are the important problems to solve at what different points in time. And now especially, those are the skills that like people need to pick up. And like for people in college right now, for me, the like fundamental, the most important thing that I believe needs to happen is you need to figure out what problems and what kind of problems and what sort of domains you want to settle into for the rest of your life. What domains do you want to develop expertise in, and then coincidentally you're able to bring all of your computer science expertise or programming expertise to solve problems in those domains.
Sure. I'll add something to what Rahul said. This was my experience with placements a few years back also. I think generally, and again, I'm not speaking about like this particular institution or whatever, but placements at some point have began to be defined by what is it that I have. And that I have is more or less a transactional skill that you can offer to a company or an individual that, hey, I can do this for you. As technological capability develops and that skill becomes automated, that competitive advantage that you are having through your own holding of that particular skill is now worth very little. So the bigger idea now has to be about, can the skill I build be around working with other broader, bigger things, whether it is other people. So naturally, I think if you're able to now create a group project or something that you're able to build with friends meaningfully, then that is the skill now, because there is still no technology that can replace coordination between different human beings. There is still no technology that can differentiate the social dynamics that are required for people to feel good about working with each other. So I think this is where, like, the logical conclusion to what Rahul pointed, this is what I see it as.
I think one interesting distinction I'm seeing here is, like Vinay said, from a tools perspective, you should probably be a generalist now and not a specialist. But what Rahul is saying is, from a domain perspective, it's much more valuable for you to be a specialist, right? Rahul, I'll go back to you again and push again a little on that. Low-hanging fruits, call to actions, students, faculties, and educational institutions as a whole.
This is something that Kaustav and I keep talking about. It's an absolute shame that students don't like a significant amount of summer experiment with domains. So I personally, this is how I was able to figure out what sort of on, and every year, if not every summer.
Different mic.
Yeah. Every year, if not every summer, as a student, I ended up picking a different domain which I wanted to try and settle myself into. And then through that experimentation, I ended up like even feeling that, yeah, no, these problems I want to work on, these domains I just don't want to go anywhere close to. I do not care about finance, I do not care about business, I do not care about like XYZ domains. And hey, I care about scientific R&D and I care about scientific computing. And I care about solving problems using those sorts of things. Anything that is related to physics and like physics related problems in that domain, I want to work on those. So as students find some domain that you find interesting, there's enough students who run into me and they're like, oh, we used to like astronomy, like used to do some amount of like etc. But then so much of that just sort of stays as a hobby and does not translate into, oh, how can I try and apply some of these computational skills in that field of my interest. So as a student, that is one thing that I'd recommend. As faculty, one thing that I really, again, like I'm hoping is, like, unfortunately, our educational system teaches us tool usage. And like any and every tool that ends up being used in the professional environment has sort of worked its way backward into the educational system, and then we are taught how to use those tools. Because at the end of the day, we keep talking about employability, we keep talking about like job relevant skills, etc., etc., etc. But then at the same time, I do think it's much more important right now, given that tool creation has become so much more easier with generative AI. You need to understand the fundamental concepts and you need to be able to build your own tools. You don't have to restrict yourself to, oh, look, like how can you use the existing tools to teach the concepts, but rather no, teach the fundamental concepts and then maybe along the way, let's teach new tool creation as well, so that the students are not only understanding the concepts, but are also able to build new tools out of this entire experience. And educational institute wise, like I do think there needs to be a lot more vocational training and apprenticeship sort of like training that education institutes need to adopt, so that the students who are ending up like getting these degrees are directly getting a flavor of the kind of work that ends up happening and the kinds of domains that companies care about. Because how do you find that sort of an intersection of, here are domains that I like working in and here are domains which like people pay for you to work in, right? And you only are able to do that by getting some amount of exposure to companies which are solving certain problems. And there again, we need a significant amount of domain exposure through companies, vocational training in companies, apprenticeships in companies, as part of the standard way that education like happens, as part of like various different kinds of degrees, etc., etc.
Maybe in 1 minute, if you can also cover what FOSS United's learner programs look like in that sense.
Yeah. So we're trying to do a couple of like, different things over here, and like all of these experiments to try and understand where all the incentives are that we can try and tweak. So for example, we are doing faculty development programs where we're going and talking to faculties in various different colleges and telling them, here are existing open source tools that you can use to teach the exact same courses that you're already teaching. And the benefits of doing something of that sort. For example, in my talk, in my lightning talk, I briefly talked about the Circuitverse software that students built out as part of a course, right? So now all of a sudden, if we're able to push the faculty, then we're able to try and get some of these new tools being created, and the students end up benefiting from it, and the faculty have ended up benefiting from it. A lot of the work in our learners program at like the FOSS United Foundation is how are we able to push the students to create more than consume, and how are we able to push the students towards not sort of one-to-many information dispersal, but many-to-many information creation. So how can we get the students to come together and sit together and then say, hey, yeah, let's try and do that curriculum project like we did in the morning. Let's try and see if we can gather meaningful data in a college, like doing a tree census on a college, right? Can we try and look at what the physical buildings themselves are and then talk about what the carbon footprint of our college is, like, and the students in the college are because of the various different things that we're doing, etc., etc., etc. So those sorts of things are what we're trying to push for, so that the students themselves, as part of the program that we run, are doing things and creating things. And in the process of doing all of that, they end up, again, being able to understand what domains I find interesting, what problems I find interesting, what tools am I able to create and not just use.
Yeah, please.
So hearing them speak, it all looks like he has a specific social sector problem and he uses AI as tool to solve. When Rahul, he talks about physics and using AI as tool to solve the specific problem. But unfortunately, like for many students that I see, and even when I started out working, it is not like I have the idea to, I have idea that I can build. It's like mostly somebody tells me that I will do. It's mostly because our education system is in such place that you have to get good marks and you have to cover all these subjects. And it's mostly like we are always taught into like finish all these things, not like build something that is actually meaningful. It's not like that always for us. It's always like we have to study, we have to get marks. And now with this AI, it doesn't seem like a tool. It's some sense it is taking over the main place, and I see many students who feel that they are sidelined by AI coming. Like they don't feel like, okay, this AI is going to take my job. That is because so far we have never been encouraged to think or do a critical thinking like, okay, we have to take a tree sentence. We have to have more awareness about our surroundings or any issues, any climatic issues. Like we have never been appreciated or even recognized in our childhood days or in the formal education stream for thinking this. Like, so we are always been thinking about getting marks, finishing, getting a job. So this can be a very difficult rewiring of our brain muscles to use AI as a tool. Like we be the driver, but AI be the car that we drive. But AI also has power that it can automatically take you to any direction. So this is like, AI is like a double sword here. Like we should be the driver and it should take us to the destination. And we should have that awareness, which I am seeing is where the gap actually is.
Just to double down on what Bhavna was saying, I'm a little bit of a weird case because I was forced into this because my grades were bad. Therefore, I can't rely on standard placements. Therefore, I need to figure out what domains I care about. And I have to run around trying to find a job for myself. And therefore, I need to know what companies to even reach out to in the first place, right? So when you go with I have good enough grades, I can just sit for placements. I don't have to worry about anything. The companies will come to me instead of me going to companies. Then like that is half the problem there, because you are never pushed to try and even think about what problems you care about, what domains you care about working in. And you're just worried about, hey, as long as I get good enough marks, I'm gonna like eventually get there. But one of the things that, for example, I've been going around telling students is, how are you in any way different or differentiated from any other computer science like student who's graduating from college today, right? Is it just a question of what like college you're graduating from, or is it just a question of like what your like CGPA or GPA is when compared to some other student, or is there no other differentiation between you and some other like student who's graduating? Because if that is the case, then I feel like, again, like we are all fundamentally failing in both like actualizing students and helping students understand what they even want to work on in the first place. So therefore, again, for me, going back to one of the original conversations, interdisciplinary focus is like absolutely amazing, because I don't want to be, oh, I'm a computer science person, I can come to your services company and do computer science things for you. I want to be able to say, oh, look, I'm someone who knows programming, I like astronomy. If you want me to solve problems in astronomy data analysis, I will come to you and work for you. And all of a sudden, I'm not competing with like 1 lakh other computer science engineers who are graduating every year. I'm competing with maybe 100 other people who are interested in that domain and are like applying for jobs in that domain. I'm not a mechanical engineer who's going to go and apply for some services company because like I want to go and work there. I'm a mechanical engineer who is able to do some amount of modeling and simulation. Therefore, I will come and do modeling and simulation work for you. And again, all of a sudden, I've gotten down the competition from lakhs of other engineering graduates to maybe 100 or 1,000 other students who have the same kind of expertise, a domain understanding, and an ability to bring computational technologies into it. And now I have much better, like I'm not competing again. But the problem there again is, this then basically means you cannot sit and wait for companies to come to you, because the kinds of companies who are hiring are small enough that they will never come for placements. So you need to force yourself to put yourself out there to try and figure out who's even hiring in this space, in the domains of your interest, and then like do that extra legwork of reaching out to them, etc., etc., etc. In the short term, it is going to be incredible amounts of pain, but in the long term, like it's insanely valuable.
No, but what you said about the domain thing, that's not exactly even a placement issue. That is something that you have to pick right after school based on some arbitrary rank in some whatever exam. So that is my frustration. Show of hands, how many questions do we have? I'll wrap this up early if we have a lot of questions.
I think we have at least one question.
You want to take it right now? Sure.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Venkatesh. I've been working as a senior platform engineer. So one question I thought of asking was that, like, with the LLMs getting better and better every day, so as a senior engineer, my day-to-day work at least is going from working on things or coding to basically reviewing the stuffs which LLMs are writing and then just pushing it. So I'm just, one thing I'm not able to figure out is like, how is it going to be in the future? Like, because with the changes that have been happening, it's being like even LLMs, if we give a set of prompts, it's able to do the test by itself and then check if everything is working fine. So I'm not able to figure out like what would be our role in the future in this whole software development as a career. So what are your thoughts on that?
Does anyone have answers?
There's no answer for that. It's a transitionary phase. At least for the next couple of years, we are going to see very rapid advancements. Everything is changing so fast. So you can't predict what will be the role of senior engineer or junior engineer. But the hope is that as tech becomes commodity, it's not a novelty anymore. We'll be able to do more things, and engineers with a background, with some expertise, will be able to provide some value, is the hope.
Okay, I can go in the meanwhile. You can sit down if you want. This is a great talk that I watch like once in a year. A few people who I've hammered this enough to a few people and made them watch it. It's called Rethinking the Career Path by Randall Kutnick. And he talks about like, hey, look, there are 3 basic steps in a software person's career. There is a solution implementer who takes pseudo code and actually writes the code. That has been automated away, right? We don't need junior engineers anymore where we need to give them pseudo code and then ask them to write the actual code. You can just ask a generative AI, hey, look, here is the function that I need you to write, and it'll spit it out for you. Right? You can tell it, write me these classes or write me this entire module or like give me this entire functionality. That thing is able to do that for you. So that the lowest rung of solution implementer who takes a pseudo code and actually writes the code for it, gone. And then he says, once you've done enough solution implementing, you move up to problem solver level where you're given very generic problems. Monitor Netflix and ensure that the uptime is like significantly high so that everyone constantly watches Netflix. The guy works at Netflix, which is why he specifically gave that example. And that is the general problem. And then he is responsible for solving that problem, which then basically means, okay, fine, I need uptime. So then I need some amount of observability. I need some amount of failback system so that if my computers go down, then other things come up, etc., etc. And then eventually you get to, okay, fine, I have these things that I need to solve. Now I need to create the pseudo code for that. Problem solvers are, again, the senior engineers right now who are able to take maybe a very specific ask and then figure out how to generate the pseudo code for that. Or maybe they're given a very vague description of a problem where they're just told, okay, fine, help businesses earn more money. right? And then you're like, okay, fine, I need to help businesses earn more money. Maybe that means I need to build some marketing tool. Okay, fine, if I need to build a marketing tool, how do I go about building it? Or how do I help businesses have a website, vagera, vagera, vagera. There again, there's some amount of like AI which is like eating that job as well, where you're able to give it a very vague description and it's able to figure out, break it down, use agents to be able to figure out how to break that down, vagera, vagera, vagera. And then he says the very last career like step is a problem finder, where your job at companies is not to solve a specific problem. Your job is to is to figure out what the company should even care about in the first place. You're working at Netflix as a problem finder. Your job is to figure out what problems do I even work on over the next 1 year? What problems should the entire engineering department work on? How to prioritize all of those problems so that we're able to help the rest of the team understand which of these problems is a higher priority for me, which of these is a lower priority for me, which of these has higher value for the organization once I work on it, etc., etc., etc. We need to move away from solution implementers to doing some amount of problem solving ourselves, and more importantly, becoming problem finders. And there again, this goes back to everything that we were talking about, which is you need domain understanding if you want to be a problem finder. Because without domain understanding, how do you understand how to prioritize the problems that make sense? If you don't understand people's behavior until the hallucination problems are solved, I do think meta review papers and like review papers of like papers in the ecosystem and in the domain, I do think are like, helpful. Maybe eventually when hallucination problems are solved, they stop being as valuable anymore. But again, I don't have an answer, but rather a direction for the first question, which is AI and research in general. There's this very famous mathematician called Terence Tao. There is that statistician, I don't know if maybe he knows more about Terence Tao. But yeah, super famous. I think he's a Fields medalist, which is the Nobel equivalent in maths. He is starting a new thing called the Society of AI in Research, SAIR. They're doing a bunch of conferences and they're trying to pull together people at the forefront of science and scientific research and how they are using AI to be able to expand the frontier. Following those people, I do think is like much better than anything that I can say.
To add to that point, like not very deep into that research part, but what I used to do is let AI LLM compete with another model, like copy the output of one, put it into another, let that validate, like make it, it's like robot fighting competition, but with an LLM's different model to slightly validate. That also is something that I used to try.
Small disclaimer, this discussion particularly does tend to go towards some sort of closed source themes. It's taken us a year of internal debating to decide whether we should even be having these discussions, but I think broadly the understanding now is that this is an important conversation to have, and this is a good forum to have these discussions, especially if you are working at intersections of academia, industry, and we do have some sort of responsibility towards the students who are studying technology and all of that. But you have questions? Yeah, sure. I have one question, but you. Sure. Anyone can take this up, but all of that said, what does the future of open source look like when it is so easy to spin up your own alternative to any proprietary software? That I read this somewhere that the one sort of goal of the free software movement was in some sense that you would never have to rely on any proprietary software, and maybe now you don't have to because you can just make your own open source thing. So is the battle won, and if not, what does open source look like now? And maybe we'll start with Kaustav, if you can specifically point to the digital commons side of things.
I think that where open source is winning is the idea that end of the day, how good a solution is really dependent on how much it represents the best practice consensus of solving a problem. Open source is fantastic at doing that. When every person who can meaningfully try to tell you whether a solution is working correctly or not is able to have a voice in it, naturally it is the most acceptable solution, if not the most optimal. However, the beauty of open source here is that it can still also account for a person's expertise who can provide the most optimal solution as well. Versus proprietary software, I think it not even the software, like closed source anything is too reliant on an internal system of consensus and an internal appreciation of what you believe is authority and what authority you trust. So those systems are anyway always going to be as good as they can convince other people that they are, which is why it wasn't probably just enough for Microsoft to create a Windows. It also had to go and patent every single code that they ever wrote, because I think at some point they would have understood that like this is not the most optimal solution and neither is it the most acceptable. So how can we gain advantage otherwise? Whereas with open source, a lot of the stuff that Frappe is building, a lot of the stuff that Zerodha is building finds its way into people's usage because they do believe that they're part of the consensus, or at least the consensus represents them to some extent. So in that case, I think, yeah, we're winning.
Please add on, but specifically, both of you, if you can talk from an adoption perspective and Rahul can talk from the creation side of things. Like I said, because now there's going to be this explosion of FOSS projects, how do you sort of adopt how do you evaluate an open source project? What is the right thing to use? And also, if everybody has their own open source project, who is a maintainer now? Both of those things.
So FOSS has always been not just about code. Code has been just a significant part of it, but not the entire thing, right? It's a bit also the community, the ecosystem, users especially. So even now when we are evaluating what software to use, like picking among multiple open source projects, we look at how many most mass adoption, like stars and all those things. And we look at the contributors, how many are involved, because one-man projects are always risky, or like 10 people using project versus 1,000 people using projects, obviously will go to the. So that will all remain same. I think complex software, complex libraries will get to be written still in open source, mostly because the nature of, there is no better way to build projects. So simpler ones are easy to do, maybe complex ones also, but it's always the team of users, contributors who all maintain, because software is not just writing code. Maintenance is the most difficult part of it, and there'll be people involved always, and who would want to do it in open, and that this, all the advantages will definitely continue. We might even see even more projects like what we are seeing in short term. So that is one viewpoint I have.
So I think software is about 90% of implementing, and the remaining is another 90% in maintenance. So it is how that works. And I think database has started around the year of 1960s, and it is still standing. Like, we are all using databases still. So I think very stronger solutions, tools with very good community adoption will stand amidst any sort of these spikes. So like, I have been one of the contributors for Apache's projects. So where the motto is community over code. Like, any code that you write is it is not a asset, it is a liability. Like, the code is a liability. So the more you produce, you are producing more liability and not creating assets. So they always enforce about the community, how they are adopting to it. They are all ears to listen to what the community wants and how they want to take the project. So anyway, any tools with stronger adoption rate, with a good community, will again thrive amidst any of these spikes.
Yeah, I'm just going to paraphrase what Bhavarna just said. Unfortunately, like, all software has basically become like a kitchen sink, where like the same piece of software is going to do anything and everything for you. They don't want you to use any other piece of software. Like, it's the one app to solve all app problems that everyone is trying to do. And unfortunately, free and open source software projects have also fallen into the exact same problem, especially in trying to chase what are commercial models of building free and open source software and what are sustainable ways of going about doing it. And personally, I think the future of open source is restrained. Restrained in the sense that some of the best open source projects were projects which very clearly knew what it is that they wanted to do. SQLite never woke up one day and decided, no, I need to now be a distributed database. SQLite is like, no, I'm going to be a one-file database. I'm going to be available wherever you want it, and I'm going to be the simplest thing and easiest thing possible, right? NumPy, packages like NumPy and SciPy, they were like, no, I'm going to give you an array that you're going to do computations with, and I'm going to give you scientific algorithms that you will be able to run on those arrays. That is all that I'm going to use. You want to do some image analysis algorithms? No, that can't go in here. You want to do some machine learning stuff? No, that can't go in here. So it becomes a question of not what you can build, but how are you like ferociously, fiercely protecting the context of your project and preventing the project from becoming a kitchen sink. Because now again, it's incredibly easy to add any piece of code to your package, but every line of code that you add is a liability and not something that like you should be looking at positively. And it becomes much more important how well is either the creator, maintainer, or the community preventing that project from becoming a kitchen sink. How are you applying restraint? How are you ensuring that, hey, look, this is what the project wants to solve, and anything beyond this, we are going to immediately, quickly just close those things down and prevent things from going in that direction. one of the greatest things about the free and open source software ecosystem, especially for example things like Linux, is you are told, hey, look, there will be one and only one way of solving a problem, and then you can chain all of these various different tools to be able to solve a much larger problem, right? You can pipe the output from one command into another command, and then you can chain all of these things through like pipes and etc. to be able to solve a much larger problem. That I believe is the future in terms of, hey, look, each of the individual tools will have restraint, and then all of these together will be able to work together.
Maybe one question. Yeah. Ojas will skip, sorry.
Okay. So I'm audible?
Yes.
Basically, I'm a CI/CD developer. So my job is to find problems faced by day-to-day developers and solve some problems to make the development easier. So to find problems and to develop solutions for it, I got to be a domain expert in the CI/CD. So to become a domain expert, I got to invest some time besides work so as to become better in that. And also to keep myself relevant in the field with this generative AI landscape and agentic workflows and all, I also got to keep up with that. And with agentic workflows and this LLM world being so fast-paced, I'm keepingly following up on that. And I'm starting to lose touch with my core domain field, which is CI/CD. So at night I will be seeing some LLMs post and all, and at morning I will be seeing a new update. It's very so fast-paced, and where do I find my sweet spot? I got to be a domain expert and also stay relevant in the field. So where do I find the sweet spot?
I think it's a soft skill. So I think you look at, I mean, I think LLMs don't require to be followed every day. You can do every month, it's fine. It won't matter. So maybe putting more on the domain and also being in loop with the LLM world is better, in my opinion.
I think the whole FOMO, YAMO, you ain't missing out.
So I have stopped reading anything about LLM because I know whatever I'm going to read today will become irrelevant maybe in tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So I have stopped, like, let that settle down, let the water settle down, and just I can see the clear water at the top. I have come to that particular specific phase now. There is no sweet spot, but it is great that you are having that awareness that you are being tugged in between these two things. That awareness itself is the first point, and I think slowly you will follow the right direction.
I have maybe a little controversial recommendation: procrastinate. People keep sending me tens of links every day. I keep opening them, all of them in the browser, and maybe a week later or a month later, I eventually open and read those. So by that time, it's usually very clear, is this still relevant or not? So procrastinate.
Sure.
So what I personally do is, there's this Hacker News, right? So I get the Hacker News digest. I limit to only 10 articles, top 10 articles every 24 hours. I don't read anything on the internet, anything else. Just those 10 articles from Hacker News, top 10 in every 24 hours.
Oh, but to provide a counter narrative to Hacker News, you should also read something called Lobsters. LOBSTE.RS. It's like in some ways very significant counter narrative to the super hyped up version of things on Hacker News.
Yeah, last question. keep it to one person only and move on to the next question. Whoever wants to.
Unfortunately, the educational system lags behind what is currently relevant. And I really don't know what the situation is going to look like, but I've at least heard from one chairman of a like university, of a private university in the north, very specifically like tell the HOD of the computer science department, you're irrelevant at this point. Pure computer science work is irrelevant at this point. So like he's very specifically told him, you need to figure out what interdisciplinary work you are going to incorporate into your curriculum, like literally tomorrow. How you are going to work with other departments and not just be like, oh, I am a data science person. No. How do you use data science to solve problems in XYZ? How do you apply data science in biotech? How do you apply like some sort of like software skills in civil engineering, etc., etc., etc. And unfortunately, like things are always lagging in the education system. But there again, the question then becomes, how are we ensuring that the people who are currently doing those courses are still being helped? And for me, again, the answer is domain expertise.
Last question.
Yeah. So this is in follow-up to the topic that came up before, how there are like so many things happening concurrently and how there are many apps popping up every day. Like, so right now everyone has the ability to create an app. So do you think this also reflects poorly on the sustainability where the place is just becoming a digital dumpster where there are many apps for the same particular use case, and I don't even need to search for a tool which exists already that people are using. I can just create it on my own by prompting Claude in 2 minutes. So do you think this is sustainable, or should there be a restraint on this? What is your opinion on that? About there being so many apps for like people creating their own.
I mean, there will never be a restraint. It's an open world, right? So what we are seeing is, for all the simple basic use cases, personalized software is going to be more and more prevalent. Like everyone is going to generate the software they want. Mass adoption of like commoditized software will become less. I think that's what I feel, because a to-do app, because even the softwares that we see, like many of the open source projects that we are recently observing are basically a bunch of prompts. You like, I think PicoClaw or something. So there was this OpenClaw, right? Then there's NanoClaw, then there's PicoClaw. If you look at PicoClaw code, it's just a bunch of prompts. You plug in whichever LLM you want, it will generate that its own. So every time it will generate a new version of software if you compile it. Compiling it is basically plugging it to LLM. So it's all a new way. And I think most of softwares will be like custom made like this to someone's individual's preference or a company's preference. So it's a new breed of software. It has both good and bad things, but mostly it's been, I think it will turn out good. But yeah, mass adoption of software will be only on libraries and very complex software that nobody is willing to personally maintain. Only those will be commodity software that off the shelf. Everything more and more customized software will be prevalent.
30 seconds, we'll wrap up.
I don't, like, when I answered about the digital part of it, physically though, like, we don't know for how long this will be sustainable. Like, just the capability that you have such a complex machine that is relying on huge servers with insane electricity costs and the physical infrastructure and the water that it requires, etc. We don't know how long that is going to be sustainable. And in some ways, I mean, we can already see glimpses of it in like geopolitics that we are seeing around. There's the amount of resources that you need, and like eventually it is starting to reflect in the like the Iran-US war is a very good example of this. Like at some point, the sheer amount of physical resources you need to keep this gravy train running, that every person can generate an app in like 30 minutes. It has to stop. It won't be sustainable.
Sorry, I'll end with just like one brief comment about this again mental model called planetary boundaries. You can just go look up planetary boundaries, and like it's a mental model to be able to look at like certain things. So my provocations, which I want to end with, is should a data center be charged electricity at the same rate as you and I pay electricity? Should water cost the planetary boundaries? Should water cost the same for you and me when we go and buy it at a shop as water costs for a data center which is using up water? Should land use for agriculture, should it cost the same as land use cost for most data centers? The fun problem is already data centers are land is being given away at a subsidized rate, if not a zero rate. Water, like they're able to use it up significantly, etc., etc., etc. So the questions end up becoming, the entire pipeline has a significant amount of freebies which are given out to industries across the entire pipeline. So if all of those disappear, what would ChatGPT actually end up costing for you, and would you still be able to use some of these things? But there again is like the beautiful thing that Vinay was talking about. A lot more people running models locally, and the open source models becoming much, much more capable. So you don't have to worry about reaching out to a data center and asking it to generate something for you instead.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to that doomsday scenario again. So it got very depressing in Lucknow, so we'll end this here. But yeah, everyone is around if you have questions you want to take off stage. If you're interested in FOSS Club student programs, Siddharth from our team is here, you can talk to him. Any maintainers here, please feel free to reach out. Yeah, no, thank you. No, your mic has been turned off. No.
We do have a bunch of people from Ashoka University from Delhi. They're a liberal arts college, and they have actually integrated what Rahul was mentioning, which is just the idea of using like CS as a discipline to be able to ground it within other bigger problems and domains. So they're there. Ojas and
hands, yeah.
Anyone who's interested in that part of CS and like education, please feel free to speak.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Shans, for that moderation. And I think we can leave the charts there. I think they'll take it off. All right, guys. So I think that's a wrap for day one. I think there's only one day. So
Is it day two?
I was coming to that. So there's only one day today. Thank you guys for being an amazing crowd. A huge round of applause to you guys. And so we will be having an end session here. That's going to happen about 5:15 once all the other sessions are done in the halls. So the sessions in the other halls are going on right now. So you feel free to go to the other halls and check out those sessions as well. And if you want to come back here at 5:15, I think we'll give you a roll call, and we'll have the end note here. We have also a special photo session here. Once that is done, we can wrap up for the day. All right? Happy? Still not happy? Not happy? Oh my God, dude. நான் எஸ்ஆர்எல்லாம் படிச்சேன்டா இது சத்தியமாக சொல்கிறேன் இப்படிலாம் ஒரு க்ரௌடு நான் பார்த்ததே இல்லைடா சீரியஸாக மை காட். And huge shout out to our panelists who kept the crowd lively. This was the highest number of questions we had in a day. That proved that these guys were very interesting and beautiful topics. But most of it I just went over my head, because for me the only CS is Counter-Strike. How many of you guys are Counter-Strike players here? Yeah, we survive, man. We survive. We play Counter-Strike for a living. That's it. All right, so thank you guys. And signing off is Rambo Kamlesh, and I will catch you guys back at 5:15 if you're here for the closing note. Thank you.